My dog's been scared by the cat, and they're now sitting behind me, or lying behind me, on my bed pillows. I played Outlast earlier, it was interesting. We speedran the game in like 30 minutes, probably. And I'm back on. My friend isn't on. I just quickly did a little bit of diligence book farming and leveled up Hu Tao's normal attack. Now I forgot how goddamn expensive it is, even just Morva-wise, to level up a skill. The last one's 450,000. Now, I do think I'm gonna... From now on, I am gonna put the brakes on Hu Tao a bit. This is quite good, I think. These talent levels and her being maximum ascension. Same for John Lee, I think he's in a good state. Xingqiu, again, also I think in a pretty good state. Though it wouldn't take too much effort to level up each of these talents once. Yelan, I should take up to Ascension 4 at some point, I do intend to, and that's why I grinded out some Star Conches. I'm thinking I'll go back to Hu Tao and level up her burst and her skill at some point, because they're actually quite valuable. But something I've been debating with myself is in getting Venti, right? Because Venti's best use, I believe, just in the game, is Ganyu freeze teams. Or Ayaka freeze teams. Either one of those two. Now, a problem with that is that, of course, my Ganyu isn't built to freeze. My Ganyu is more closely built for melt, actually. Though she isn't really built for anything in particular, this is just a good set, and Wanderers works pretty well on her. It just so happens that Wanderers gives Elemental Mastery, which makes her good for melt. But of course, grinding out the Cryo set would mean ditching this set, and this set is actually, as far as I'm concerned, pretty damn good. 146 crit damage. But Hu Tao I got extremely lucky, and she's only at 121. Though one benefit of a freeze team would be that at base, Ganyu would have a base 65 crit rate. And so I could still run the Viridescent Hunt on her, because it would still be a really good choice, and yeah, I think I would. So 65 plus 27, that would take her all the way to 92% crit rate, and so then I can go for crit damage circlet instead. And generally just focus on crit damage instead of crit rate. Which I kind of already do. I have a pretty solid amount of crit damage across these artifacts. 25, 20, 13. This artifact kind of sucks, actually. Hold on, can I actually... Wanderers, where's Wanderers? Yeah, let me just, Ooh! Oh, that's, Fuck. Yes, not much luck. Okay. They're gonna ask for his stars, aren't they?
Rain outlines your...
Oh, what should I try this time?
that fit? Is that Carve or is it Fischl? I can't tell. I think it's Fischl. But if it's Carve, you're not staying.
Oh, what should I try this time?
Perfect timing. Oh my god. The two best husbandos in the game. Novelet is really tempting
wine
me.
tastes the same as I remember.
Thing is, 21 more wishes and I have a guaranteed 5-star.
To the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex
Where do you want to
flavor
go
profile.
next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist
Fully
spots,
appreciate it.
I have a few references.
Okay. Of course, Novelet is really tempting me, but I don't need more Hydro characters. Every time I see some of them, it tempts me more. But I don't need more Hydro characters. I can't keep wishing on every banner. I can't. And now I can't go into quest until they leave, so just, I can check if it's Fischl or okay, it is Fischl. Oh damn, he has a nice pose as well. Let's just heal here.
Go! See?
Also, right now, Hu Tao gives just barely under 2,000 attack. At base, right here, she's 1,091. Once she uses her skill, she's 3,084, I think. So just under 2,000. And of course, she can go up to 2,216. Yeah? Well, whilst he's doing that, there's some challenges I can do here. If they can be started in co-op. I think my dog is struggling to get comfortable. That might be what I was unknowing earlier of the cat, but I thought he's become
And all the
friends
more
with the cat
valuable
now.
for it.
Oh, Whopper Flower, I need you. Please don't power up. I can't deal with it. He's powering up.
Stabilize!
Also, I've got, I'm mindful of hand guards for A. My friend is been farming them for months in advance. But of course, A doesn't need to level her normal attack, so she isn't super desperate for them, and I already have quite a lot of them, so I'm not too concerned. Hand guards. I already have this many. I already definitely have more than enough to fully ascend her. And then covering her talents shouldn't be too hard either.
Curiosity deserves a reward.
I'm sat very close to the screen right now because my dog has forced me to. But, so right now, of course, I really want Venti for the Archon team. Yeah, because Venti will be good for the Archon team, because the Archon team likely won't feature John Lee. So I think Venti would actually be more valuable, and Farina, of course, being a Hydro character and doing everything she does, including healing. John Lee would be a little bit redundant. You don't need a shielder and a healer. And so you could swap out John Lee for Venti, and then you have Nahida, Venti, A, and Farina. And so Farina is giving really good healing and a really damn good damage buff. Nahida is Nahida, A is A, really good electro DPS and sub DPS, and then Farina, I think I already said, Farina is good hydro sub DPS and healing and damage buffs. And then Venti is also helping the team's energy economy as well as A, but also grouping enemies up so that whenever A attacks, or just the team in general attacks, they hit fucking everyone. Which would be more valuable than John Lee's shield.
I will have order. Solidify! Stabilize!
What a cute treasure coffin!
And once this person leaves, I intend to get back on with Novelette's story quest. I was liking the story quest, but I played with my friend, and once again, starting they showed off that they have Staff of Homer as well. And so it's a definite fact that my friend is spending money on the game, but then also like a significant amount of money, like hundreds, like significantly more than I'm spending. And I mean, I won't say how much money I have in the bank, but like, I'm safe, right? I can totally financially afford to completely splurge on Novelette right now. If I really wanted to, I absolutely could. But I wouldn't, because I wouldn't be happy with myself. But if I wanted to, I absolutely could get Novelette right now, and I could still afford to get all of the characters I want. I can do that, and I can still have a decent bit of money left over. I just don't think is a great idea. That being my situation, their situation is significantly worse than mine. I wouldn't diverge our personal details, but they're in a, from what they told me, a very poor financial situation. As in, not even living paycheck to paycheck. Like, worse than that. Right? And having to also not just cover themselves, but also other family. Fuck. really bad situation. And they only just recently got a job, and now they're spending loads of money on Genshin, really obviously. I get that a lot. The thing is, I only set my name to Ruby Shiny Rose just because it's been that for a very long time, and I just don't want to switch it off and, like, lose friends or anything. It just makes it easier to recognise me. So I keep it. But I've not watched Ruby in years, and I think it's quite pants now. Okay.
If we bury it, maybe it'll spring back to life. Phew.
Right, I'm going to pick up this cola and then I'm going to back out of co-op mode.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're doing that, and then they are constantly getting 5 stars. Constantly. Right? Okay, so the first banner of Fontaine, right, also, I'd like to point out, okay, starting 4.0, I believe they had 0 wishes. Or like close to it. They did not have like a disposable amount of wishes built up or anything. They had no savings. They had like a couple days of wishes or something, right? Out of the first 4.0 banner, what was it? The first one was Linny and Yelan, right? They got both Linny and Yelan. Both of them. I don't know if there was a third character. They might have gone another character. From like a 50-50 as well. Something my mind is telling me that, but I don't know. They got 3 5-star weapons. They got Aqua Simulacra, they got Linny's bow, and they got a third 5-star weapon as well. I don't remember what it was, right? That's on the first banner. Based on almost 0 wishes, 5 5-stars. Yeah, they told me they got 6 5-stars, I think. So there's something I'm forgetting there. That was just on the first fucking banner. Second banner is Tartaglia and John Lee. They already had Tartaglia, so they didn't need him. They got John Lee. Didn't fucking tell me until like yesterday. They got John Lee. And what were the weapons? I don't think they got either of the weapons there. So they just got John Lee. Then this banner rolls around. They've got another No, I haven't. No, sorry, that's a lie. They've gotten both 5-star weapons off of a weapon banner as well. They've got Staff of Homer. They put on their John Lee. And they got the Novelette's Catalyst as well. All of that, 3 banners in a row wishing, and that many 5-stars. Like, that is extremely, extremely rare. I mean, I tried to do some maths earlier this morning. The thing is, I don't know exactly how many wishes they've spent. But all I can say is that I don't think they would have had any more than 20 wishes going into Fontaine. Right? And it's been a little over a month. And, so, they shouldn't have been gaining again, like, consider a financial situation, they shouldn't be buying fucking Welkin Moon. Or anything like that. They shouldn't even be getting 1 wish a day. They should be getting less than 1 wish a day, aside from events. Events would help them out. Okay, so let's say even with events they get 2 wishes a day. That still is nowhere near enough without profound luck to get what they have. And they do not care that they got all these things. They are extremely nonchalant about it. They don't even mention it. They didn't mention John Lee. They didn't mention Homer. They didn't mention fucking half of these things. I had to notice them myself and be like, where the fuck do you get that? And they're like, oh yeah, I got it. It's profound luck. They should be fucking going on the lottery. Because their chances of a lottery... Like, figuring out from the maths, the chances of the stuff they've got happening is... I mean, it's not equal to lottery level, but I think it would be at a point where it's comparable. To a point where you would tell, if you knew a person with that level of luck, you would tell them, you probably should actually be pulling the lottery with your luck. You probably should be. At that point. It is absurd. And so to me, there's 3 possibilities. Okay? I really hope my friend doesn't see this. So, I like a lot of things about them, but I really think they're lying to me about their financial situation, and it feels like a great betrayal. And also, the fact that they get all these things, and they're extremely nonchalant about it, they fucking insult me every time I talk about making a team, because they think building teams and playing to actually, like, make good things, make good team compositions and stuff, they hate it. And they hate me for liking it. For some reason. Every single time I mention, like, just building a team, they go off. Yet they picked up John Lee, they constantly pick up 5-star weapons, which is completely contradictory to what they fucking said. It's completely contradictory to pick up 5-star weapons and then say, oh, I don't like building teams to actually be strong. Ridiculous. Right? And so, to me, either they are just incredibly fucking lucky, 2, they're lying about their financial situation, they're actually pretty well off, which means they've completely fucking lied to me and massively betrayed me, because it was to a point where I offered to send them some money if they needed it, and they denied it. They could have lied to me about their financial situation, and that's why they can afford to spend all money, or their financial situation is true, and they just don't care. And they're just being incredibly fucking irresponsible with their money. And I have problems with all 3 of those outcomes, even just them having lots of luck, because they don't appreciate them having that they have all of this luck as well. The luckiest thing I've ever had happen to me was getting Mona and John Lee back to back. Now, although that is a very rare occurrence, the problem is it's actually a very beneficial occurrence. The unfortunate thing is that I'm not going to use Mona. Like ever. It's really unfortunate, but Shenhe, for what I need, Shenhe is better. I don't actually have any need for Mona. I'm glad I have her, and it was a really fun moment of luck. It's the only moment of luck I've had like that. But Mona doesn't really fit into any team compositions I have. And by the time she would, Shenhe would roll around, and I can use Shenhe for Freeze Ganyu instead. Because Shenhe would be better. Shenhe would give a better damage buff, I believe, whilst also being significantly easier to use. So, like, I'm happy I have Mona, but it doesn't do anything for me. But everything my friend has gone is extremely good for them, and extremely rare. And so it does admit, like, it is my own fault, but I feel incredibly envious. The main part which pisses me off is that they don't appreciate how much luck they have. I wouldn't mind them having as much luck if they were like, holy shit, I'm so fucking lucky. But no, they don't give a fuck, and they kind of just constantly show it off. And it really gets to me. They're so nonchalant about it, that they don't even mention it at all. Whatsoever. Like, to me, whenever you even get a 5-star character, but if you get like a 5-star character pre-90 pool or pre-80 pools, like, I would be celebrating about it.
Quake!
They supposedly get 5 stars back to back constantly, and they don't even mention it. And so that just gets me as kind of ungratefulness. And then they have a go at me for wanting to wish based on team compositions. Because I say that I don't know if I can wish on Venti, because I don't know if it would go for my team, be good for my account. And same for Novelette. And then they have a go at me for that. It's like, okay, cool, but you fucking get a 5-star character every single time you fucking wish. So like, I don't have the same fucking comfort as you. Either that, or of course I'm not as fucking irresponsible on my money as you are. And this is a discussion, I think, like, if the next banner comes up, and then they walk out with Venti and Riosley and both their signature weapons, I think I'm going to mention it to them at that point. Because at that point it would just be fucking comical. They would just be taking a piss at that point. But I don't think I will mention it just yet. But it is really getting to me and makes me fucking miserable when I play with them. Because I feel like I'm either being lied to, or they just have intense fucking luck, which the game just doesn't want to give me. Now, they don't appreciate the luck that they have. They get all these characters, they don't use them, or they don't care about them. Like, I like that I got Mona. I realise it's like the obvious contradiction what I just said. I like Mona. It's just that I can't make a freeze team right now, and so I can't get any value out of her right now. I don't know if I explained my point very well there. But it is different to my friend's situation. Is there something up here? Oh.
No, my sword!
But like, if they are just lucky, I'll just appreciate it if they just actually showed appreciation for how lucky and fortunate they are to get everything they want and didn't know that they wanted without having to exert any fucking effort or spend any fucking money.
Oh, what a cute treasure coffin!
Like, I have to struggle with so much fucking temptation, honestly, genuinely. Just like doing like the maths based on like how much money does my fucking student loan give me? Can I use my student loan to pay for C6 Novelette? And I mean, depending, I could. I don't think. Alright, well, I mean, I can say this, of course, everyone would know. My student loan is about $4,000. I mean, that's like a standard one. Or like the lowest student loan you can get. A maintenance loan, not the actual, like, tuition loan. And of course, most of that, well, the money is for my train fees. Every trip to uni costs me, well, on some days it's only like 13 quid, but most days it's like 20 quid. And so because of that, I'm going to switch back to co-op because it's single, because this is annoying me.
Witness the power of Gua. Huh? Pardon me. Rain. Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
Ah, never mind. That's why I hate it when the game places enemies in the open cliffs. Okay, there's a chest.
Time to act. No, my sword. Let me weave you a game's up. Fun's over.
Alright.
This isn't good.
So where was I? Oh yeah, so I need to go into uni at least 4 days a week. I have lessons 4 days of each week. And so I would say like my weekly spend is 80 quid. I have to go to uni at least 22 weeks of a year. At least. I believe I have 22 weeks of teaching, and then after that... Okay, so let's break this down. Right? Fucking breaking down my finances on stream. I go to uni 4 days a week. Let's say it costs 85 quid. So it's 85 quid for a week of going to uni.
Wanna come over for tea?
Like, give or take some based on how many, if I have to go in on Wednesday, Saturday or Sunday on some occasions, which probably will happen eventually, because I can't do a lot of the homework at home, because I don't have a strong enough computer to handle software. So 85 a week for 22 weeks, that's 1,870. I'll just say that leaves me with 2 grand off my loan. A little under 2 grand on my loan, right? And of course, the idea of using my fucking maintenance loan to finance Genshin Impact is a bit grim to me. Really fucking grim. Like, I wouldn't want to do that.
Rain out. Find your fate. No, my sword.
I'm not going to kill you, I just want the particles. Thanks. But yeah, so that's the kind of middling estimate, right? Let's say it costs 20 quid and I go in 7 days a week, 140 a week, right? It's unlikely to cost that much. But let's say it does. Times that by 22, that's 3,080. That still leaves me with about 600 quid. Even if I have to go 7 days a week.
1 client, 2 clients.
Someone's watching now. I don't know if I want to keep talking about breaking down my fucking finances when someone's watching. I felt better about doing it when I knew that no one was actually watching this. It was highly unlikely anyone ever would. But now someone is. Just financially calculating if I can afford to splurge on noodle right now, basically. I completely forgot what I was about talking about my friend at this point. Oh, this is a boss. I haven't been here yet, I don't think. Yeah, so that's an upper limit, and that still leaves me with a good bit of money. Of course, the other thing to consider is that I do want to buy an Xbox Series X for Christmas. And so that's going to put me down a good bit immediately. And there's also a matter of course, occasionally buying myself a fucking McDonald's on the way back, or buying myself some sweets whilst at uni. The thing is, I'm used to eating a lot. I don't get to eat a lot at uni. I eat 4 bags of crisps, and then I just have my dinner. Like, I have 2 bags of crisps for breakfast. I have, probably hula hoops. I didn't mean to do that. I have hula hoops for breakfast, 2 bags of hula hoops for breakfast, 2 bags of hula hoops for lunch. And these aren't even, like, the bigger bags. These are the smaller share bags. Or not share bags, just 6 packs with smaller packs in them. So 2 of those for breakfast, 2 of those for lunch, and And then I'll come home, and then a couple hours later, I'll have dinner. So I'm not getting to eat nearly as much nowadays. So potentially I will like buy myself sweets and stuff at school. Why one of these things here? Are these supposed to be in Liyue? We're a long way off Liyue. Okay.
Treasure.
Oh, I need to do this. Right, I have 17 wishes right now. I have 21 wishes right now. Right at this very moment, I can just take myself up to see, do I get another let and win a 50-50 or not? Right, I could do that just right now. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, we have another let. And we got official. Alright.
Way to draw your target out of hiding.
That gives me some peace of mind. Another official constellation is actually pretty good. Because I would love to continue wishing and get another official constellation, but then that would start getting dangerous. And do another let, yay! Okay, I totally, absolutely caved. Yep. Just once. Oh, he's crit damage. I thought he was crit rate. And he needs a seahorse. Got it. Okay, so we've lost a lot of pity on Venti. We don't have guaranteed. But yeah, okay. I've done maths in my head, and I'm okay with that maths. I'm thinking I'm gonna wish a little bit more on this banner. Let's just do it right now, right? Yeah, don't give me another 5-star, please. Diona. Okay. Also, I'd rather get a Hu Tao constellation than a Novelet one. Right? I'm gonna put one more in. Please, one official constellation. Just one. With one, I can then buy 2 more from the Star Glitter shop over the next, well, like fucking 8 months. Okay, it's fine, because like, we still have a pity. No, that still goes towards fucking Venti. I'll do one more. I'm not mad about that. I would have rather lost to 50-50. But that's okay. But now I've lost my pity, now I actually should continue wishing for official constellations. We know that the 4 stars on the next banner are shit. They're awful. So we want to build up pity here, actually. Okay. Sucrose! That's really fucking good! I was really wanting Sucrose. Okay. I'm fine losing that 50-50. Alright. Stringless. Okay. Okay. Please, just 2 official constellations. 27. Oh man. Obviously, I just made some decisions in my life. I really want one more fucking fish or constellation, man. Where am I at? Yeah, just one more fish or constellation. One more, please. This has to be it. Can I go again? What pity am I at? Tonari and Fischl. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with that. So that means my next is guaranteed, and then I can pick up C6 Fischl in a couple months. January, right? Okay. I'm alright with that, then. I have Tonari now. Okay. And Sucrose. Those are both characters I wanted. Okay, so I mean, I got a Hu Tao constellation, which I didn't want, but I mean, it will benefit me, definitely. I was hoping for Tonari if I lost to 50-50. So that's actually also pretty good for me. Use Dendro damage bonus. Imagine if I got another fucking Tonari right there. Alright, so yeah, that was a splurge. It was definitely a splurge. But yes, I now have a guaranteed on Venti. Or whoever I wish for next. Of course, I'm still not certain on Venti. See, the problem is now, is if I got really lucky and I got like an early if I got another early one now, then I'd be wasting my guaranteed. So, yeah, it would just be smart now to just be patient. Just be patient and wait for C6 official. I mean, this is 30 wishes right here, which is actually pretty nice. Well, I should just wait. Also, actually, with his Star Glitter, I want to buy hand guards. I want to buy Whopperflower Nectar. I think I need Spectral Husks as well. And how much does this cost? A lot. Yeah, I won't bother that, okay. Yes, that was just a splurge. I'm going to check my banner history in a bit. Hopefully that hasn't ruined me. I mean, it might have, but we got 3 more 5-star characters out of that.
Alright, maybe I'll take...
But we are basically out of wishes now. Yeah. I'm out of wishes. I'll have a couple pity left, and I have guaranteed on my next. So I need to no more than 90 wishes to get Venti, or whichever next character I go for. We're going to get a decent amount of wishes, because we still have a login rewards and stuff.
Knock out the rest
Yeah,
of the
Venti is
work once I'm
definitely...
gearing up to
even
it.
getting the remaining wishes for Venti is going to be a little bit problematic now. But we've secured C6 official, which I really, really wanted. We haven't secured it, but it will be secure in fucking 4 months' time still. We got Hu Tao C1. We got Neuvillette. and we got Tainari, and we got Sucrose. Of course, I'm really interested in Sucrose for elemental mastery buffing. Yeah, we also got the Stringless. We can visit the Fountain of Lucine. I probably shouldn't have done that. Overall, for a long run, that's probably going to come back and bite me in the arse. Now, that might have just made it so I'm going to have to drop money on A. Or another character. It may now mean that I can't get Venti, maybe even Farina as well. I'll have to judge based on how many wishes I have when their banners come around. We're going to get at least another 16 wishes before Venti drops. Yes, I just made a bad financial decision because my friend's fucking luck, or also poor financial decisions, have been fucking pissing me off. We've already mathematically broken it down, but hopefully it isn't too bad for me. So I don't want to splurge money on Genshin Impact. I don't feel too bad about it, so I've spent loads on Warframe.
Stabilize.
Over the years, and I'm intending to stay with Genshin Impact for as long as I've stayed with Warframe. I didn't press a button again.
Busted.
I've been playing Warframe for a long time, since 2016, January 2016. So coming up on 8 years of me playing Warframe. Well, I mean, it's been a couple months at this point, but I've been playing Warframe for a very long time, and I intend to play Genshin Impact for the same amount of time as well. Hopefully. If all goes well. What's going on here? I mean, I have a solution to this, an unconventional one.
This is how it must be.
Chivalry will never die.
That should be enough.
Let me scribe.
You down there. You down there. You down there.
I hope we find long-lost ancient literature.
Let's switch this back to what it was.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Look, I have. The thing is, like, I can afford to do what I just did. I have a peace of mind that I can just fucking buy the Genesis crystals if I need. And I don't miss the character. Like, I have that peace of mind. My friend fucking shouldn't. And even then, I don't have a fucking peace of mind. I am a little bit concerned, because I'd rather not part with money. I know my father would be very disappointed if he saw what I just did. Where's the thingy with reactions? We still haven't actually fucking gone to Novellette's story quest. It's been 50 minutes. God damn. It's 5 o'clock.
Time to prep.
Rain outlines your...
was not expecting that to just explode immediately. He wanted to heat her up. Oh no, this is just the same hole. So I need to find a power core and bring it to this hole, but I don't know where I could get one. There's a range limit. Also, of course, that's a big example of fucking, really please do as epitomized the bar for 4 stars. I got 2 5-star characters before I got, what was it, 3 constellations for official? They're asking, what does, so what, okay, so now that I have, Novelet doesn't really open up any new teams for me, he's Novelet. He's there. And he will kick ass. Tainari is good for aggravate teams. I know he's a really powerful DPS actually. Like, who do I have which goes with him? Fischl should work with him. I think you probably want double Dendro, double Electro. Maybe Yao Yao, bring up Yao Yao? Kole would of course massively make sense, but you want a healer. You'd also go over Hyper Bloom setup with Kokomi. Because Novelet, one thing which is really good about him is his team variety. From what I've heard, you can basically put him on any team. He has like a just really good team variety. He will work with Vaporize, with Bloom, with Electro, literally just anything to do with Hydro. He will work well on, and he will do a lot of damage. Do I have a catalyst he would like? I imagine he probably just likes Prototype Amber. Or another Eye of Perception. Yeah, he probably would just like Prototype Amber because his damage is mainly scaling on HP. Yes, we have Novelet now. And Sucrose and Tainai. Yes, I'm going to have to think really carefully now about if I do wish on Venti. If I do wish on Venti, it is basically guaranteed that I'm then going to have to buy Genesis Crystals. It's just a matter of how many Genesis Crystals I have to buy. So of course I want to get Farina and I need A. Like A is the one character, out of all of these characters, I need her. And I also need Nilu. Because I like... Oh. The thing that I want from characters is first of all them to be characters that I like.
Wine.
Well, no, that actually is honestly the lowest priority for me. Like, I wished on Yulani, but I don't care for Yulan's character at all. It definitely is a factor for me, liking a character. I mean, that is why I wished for Novelet, because I really like him. But also their strength is very important. But the thing which I think I am primarily interested in is, well, it's related to strength, but them bringing something new to the table. Like, one reason why I was so excited for Hu Tao is because now I have a Vaporized team. And a really good Vaporized team. Probably the best Vaporized team. The main competition would be Tartagia's team. And that's something new, because I haven't done that before. John Lee opens up just so many possibilities with his Res Shred and shielding and damage boost. He slots into so many damn teams, and he makes so many new teams possible for me. Because now on all those teams I don't need to worry about fitting a healer in, because I can just put John Lee on. Novelet unfortunately doesn't unlock anything I don't really already have. I already have Tartaglia as a Hydro DPS. Tainari? Tainari can maybe, yeah, aggravate. I believe he likes aggravate teams. Appreciate if this person would help me here. Alright. Is that C1 is going to be fairly nice in the long run. For Hu Tao. I believe this person is on my friends list. Because the thing is, like, I think I would have rathered. I'm really happy I do have an overlet now. The thing is, I'm not going to build him for a while, probably. I would have rathered that I get the official constellations and lose the 50-50. Right there. Like, I would have just cut Novelet completely out of that equation there. Just cut out Novelet, so I was happy with just picking him up on a rerun otherwise. And then get Tainari there and get official constellations and then just drop it. I don't really know what to do with Tainari.
Silly Billy Hilly Churl.
And the thing with Novelet is that I would have to build him, which would take a lot of effort. So I'll need to find all the starfishes. I'll need to farm talent books. I don't think I have a lot of hydro crystals to spare anymore. So it'd be a lot of work to bring him up for not much benefit right now. With Novelet, so he's going to be on the back burner, unfortunately. All of those characters I just got are going to be on the back burner. They just will be. So right now I'm focused on bringing up Hu Tao, Yalan, Xingqiu. Official's been brought forwards now by getting those constellations, but not too much. I still want to look at Tartaglia and Zhangning, Beidou. I can give up on Toma, yeah. That's bizarre. Why are you farming that now? Wanderer's Banner was ages ago. And I've really wanted to fucking get to Novelet story quest. It's now going to be an hour.
Toodaloo.
With Novelet, I'm feeling like I didn't know that's a thing you could do. That's really cool. So you don't have to hold down the. You can do it with left trigger as well. Interesting. This is some cool sounds. So, I want to take a look at Novelet soon, so I feel like that wasn't just a really bad impulsive decision I just made. But guys, I'm glad I definitely went for a Novelet banner first. And it's saying even with all of that, even with me getting 2 fucking 5-star characters, I'm still gonna have to wait months before I can get officials. Last Constellation still. They really have to do something about the 4 stars. So yeah, there's no way I'm gonna do this ever again. I'm not gonna be that fucking stupid. The thing is, I could skip Venti and Farina. It's just I would feel bad about skipping Farina, because Farina would add more to my account than Novelet here does. Farina is potentially the best healer in the game, and potentially the best buffer in the game as well. So it's likely that she'll be able to give a more than double damage multiplier, which is, I mean, crazy. Like Kazuha, typically you can't really get above 50% bonus damage on Kazuha, and Farina may be able to hope, fucking with very little effort, go up to 100%. Which is crazy, combined with really good healing and potentially really good sub DPS as well. Farina is potentially extremely fucking powerful. Right, so Venti, Farina, A, and Taniru. 4 characters are one, right? They're potentially coming up in the next banner. We don't know when Nilu's going to come, right? Nilu is much more of a gamble. Nilu was on the banner 5 months ago? 6 months ago.
I see the value
almost
in my
6
own
months ago.
But I also
Nilu
see the
was on
value
banner.
in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine.
So we could be looking at still another 6 months for Nilu. We could be looking at 1 month. We don't really know with Nilu. But A should come up in the update after Farina, which means that at the very least I should be... We know Farina is next patch, and Venti is next banner. So you need to wish on the next banner, I then get a 1 banner break, and then I wish on a banner after that, and then potentially another banner break, and then wish on a banner after that. At the very least. Now that's problematic. I can't quite afford to keep doing that. You take a lot of luck. It's a shame that his signature catalyst isn't the fucking cane. That would be really unique. But I'm glad at least it's used as animations. Let's just think about this right now. Oh, well, I fucking can't because I'm in co-op. I'd like to put together some placeholder team compositions for him. Right, so he applies lots of... He's a Hydro DPS. We need a Shielder. And then we want something else.
Silly churl, Billy churl,
Like, my immediate thought is...
Billy Hill.
John Lee, Zhang Ling and Bennett. Go for a vaporized team with him.
Where did that come from?
And that will potentially get you some really high damage vaporizers. Some really high damage vaporizers, potentially. Though his damage is less all packed into one hit and is more a little bit spread out, so vaporize wouldn't quite be the best. I think he'd be better suited to Hyper Bloom. So, Novelette,
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
Novelette, Cookie Shinobu, Nahida, Yai? No, then I'm missing a... No, I was about to say I'm missing a Hydro character. I don't know what his Hydro application is like yet. Let's see that. If we slap on Nahida here, how many blooms will we get? Alright. Right. Use skill. Dodge. Okay, great. Alright, need to wait a minute.
Silence! This will end you! An oversight on
Oof, and he's dead.
separate waters of eons past.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that. I didn't think it was particularly great output.
Everyone hold hands.
A silence
Well,
fills
let's
the
go
air.
back.
Settle down. Dodge this. Keep your open.
Okay, yeah, I think that's quite a good amount of blooms. I feel like I'm going to use Electric with him
Test subject.
more than I would use anything else.
Face my blade.
Now I'm wondering, could you use him on a Nilu team? How would he be on a Nilu team? Okay, I've already cracked. I want to make sure I can definitely get value out of him. People say he's really free-to-play friendly, which means that he doesn't use a lot of 5-star characters in his teams, which is a good sign. I'm going to Google team compositions for him. Novelette. Just Novelette. And then Game 8 should pop up. Of course, I don't copy the Game 8 builds. What I copy, or I don't copy at all, what I look at is with team compositions. And also, it's placing on tier list. Main DPS S tier. Okay. Strengths, high scaling and fast tick of charge attacks can output high amounts of damage per second. Can fit into multiple hydro-related team comps due to his passive talent. Hovers casting during casting of charge attack contributes to fast mobility in the battlefield. Floating state can help traverse over. Do we leave? Okay. Traverse over waters and overworld exploration. Who cares? Highly susceptible to interruption when using charge attack unless you have his C1 or a shielder. Does not have any HP buffer support. Oh! Okay, I didn't even mean to look at that, but they say he likes the sacrificial jade. And yeah, of course he does. The thing is though, He probably would stay on field for more than 10 seconds. But he'll like the crit rate. He'll like a crit rate, he'll like the HP. He'll like these things, but this is a bit problematic, is you need to calculate your team around this. Around Nervalet Hyper Carry, main DPS Nervalet, sub DPS Fischl, sub DPS Kazuha, and John Lee as support. That is about what I was thinking. He was screaming Fischl to me. And Kazuha to buff his damage output, and John Lee as a shielder, which he needs. Hyperbloom, Nervalet, Raiden, Nahida, and Baiju. Oh, that's unfortunate, I don't have Raiden or Baiju. I would like Baiju, but he's not on my must-have list. Or you can run Collei, Raiden, and Kazuha, but then there's no healer in that. I wouldn't be comfortable with that. Could replace Collei with Yao Yao, but then you get a lot less Dendra application potentially. See, the thing is, Nervalet is going to be getting a lot of healing, so yeah, Yao Yao probably wouldn't be good with him. Vaporize, yep, of course. Nervalet, Zhangling, Kazuha, Bennett. Freeze teams, of course. Nervalet, Garnu, Sucrose, Diona. Nervalet, Rosaria, Shenhe, Kazuha. Electro Charge teams, Nervalet, Raiden, Kazuha, John Lee. Now that is a team which I could really get behind. I could really get behind that. Of course I don't have Raiden. We need to wait on it. Where's his C1? Because everyone says the C1 is really good. It just increases it. Well, yeah, where's his passives? I haven't actually seen them.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate.
So you want to be causing at least 3 reactions. You want at least 3 different elements in a party.
Has an
Interesting.
aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Yeah, the thing about Nervalet is that he is a very on-field character. Like, he can stay on field for definitely more than 10 seconds. So you can use his skill into his burst. I think his skill and his burst roughly do the same thing. Generate source water droplets. Yes, they both do the same thing. They're both AoE hydro damage followed by source water droplets. Both of them. So yeah, you'd want to use, well, probably his burst first, and then use his skill. Well, something I don't know is the duration of a charge attack based on his HP? Like, once it goes below 50%, does it then stop? Alright, doesn't really tell me. Right. Okay, let's go back to co-op. Okay, I want to put together a placeholder team for the characters we just got. And then we're going to do another Let's Story quest. Gone a little bit sidetracked. Yeah, I don't remember where I was talking about my friend. I'm going to stop that. I feel like I might as well get rid of this team. I mean, I can just create a new team as well. I don't need that. What does that mean? Alright.
Let's go
Tainari.
gather some samples.
What the fuck would be good with Tainari? He puts out a lot of Dendro. He does a lot of single target damage. So he is screaming to me Hyper Bloom and Aggravate. So, yeah, what pops out to me is...
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Don't tell me they did it again.
Maybe you can remove John Lee here?
Take heart. Victory will be ours.
Is Visual C6 only on normal attacks? Because, I mean, we don't even have it yet, so... No, it isn't, apparently. I'm not sure. Taking a look at Tainari's kit real quick. How long's the cooldown on his skill? Oh, it's a while. It's definitely a while. Right, I'm gonna do the same for Tainari, look up his team compositions. I wasn't expecting to do this today. Every moment goes by, I slightly more regret my decisions. Strong range charge attacks, great single target damage, applies Dendro from multiple sources on his kit, strong elemental burst with a low cost. Oh yeah, he's probably gonna like Deepwood. No attack burst skill. His best set is Deepwood, Wanderer's Troop, and then Gilded Dreams, alright. I don't have any of his top 3 weapons, so 5 stars. Damn. Premium spread team. Yes, official EI, John Lee. Thing is, of course, the other thing about John Lee is that he is so flexible on team comps that when you put him on one of your team comps, you really feel like you're sorely lacking him on your other one. Quicken. This team will chip away the enemy's health with constant spread and aggravate. Right.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Yeah. So this is what I was kind of thinking at first, but this concerns me about, like, healing. Because Kuki isn't the best at healing. Speed. Let's just call it speed. Confirm. Alright, and now we want another team. Alright.
The pleasure is all mine.
Hey, I should look into Fisher again. But I can't right now, I have other priorities. It's gonna be a while before I can take advantage of any of the characters I just got. Alright, yeah, I think I will just go with Hyper Carry. Though, but the Hyper Carry, though, takes up John Lee. If we take up John Lee, then we can't run Hu Tao. But he really does want a shielder. Okay, this is something you can worry about later. Just write it down, write it down. I always put my shielder in this slot. Actually, did I do that for the other team? No, I didn't.
Send one, send them all. I've been waiting for you for ages.
Wait for my signal.
I also always
I'll take
put
care of it. In the name of the princess.
Heater in third slot.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Alright. And what was it? Fischl and Casper. Of course, I could just use Yai instead of Fischl. But the problem is that I believe Fischl puts out more actual electro reactions.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
And Casper.
Want me to come along?
Of course, you don't want to run double hydro, because you want to be... Let me check his kit again, his passive. Okay, so it's any party member. It doesn't have to be Novelette causing reaction. Okay. So never mind, you could run double hydro. But then you'd need 2 different elements in the other slot. And I'm going to name this team Garchomp, because he's a dragon. And that's a very vague link. So we have a placeholder Gardevoir Freeze team here, which doesn't really work. A Tartaglia Bloom team. This Nervalet Hyper Carry. A Tartaglia Taser team. Gardevoir Melt team. Tighnari Quicken team. This is just for exploring. And this is my main team usually. And then we have Hoothound. I almost feel like taking a break now. But I really shouldn't. I really should get on with the fucking quest. Actually, we need to go to a Phantom Lucine anyway.
Monsieur Nervilette?
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
I just hope I don't regret what I did today.
Looks like we got lucky today. There's hardly anyone around.
What should we do next? Oh, Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
Perhaps leave the investigation to me. I need you to take a few steps back and keep a safe distance.
A safe distance? Nervilette, what exactly are you... Oh, it's glowing!
It's going to be really painful to have to wait several months to get official C6, but I can't take a picture. So this is before... no. Yeah, I still have to wait fucking months to get official C6, which really sucks. Unless we by chance just get her off of Lost 50/50, which means we got Sucrose out of Lost 50/50. But yeah, I wouldn't count on that. Chances of that are very low.
Thank you for bringing us here, Monsieur Nervilette. The Court of Fontaine is truly incredible. There's so many things I've never seen or heard before.
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to thank me. Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Maréchaussée Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detective force.
I know, but I'm really glad to be of help. Not only can I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more meaningful.
But a meaningful life also comes with its risks.
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village, but I want to see the outside world nonetheless. In truth, I've never really understood the purpose of my existence, or what I'm capable of contributing to this world. For almost 20 years, we've stayed in our village without finding any answers. That's why we wanted to leave our village and look for the meaning of our existence elsewhere.
I understand your confusion. In fact, I feel the same way. I too came here for an answer to my questions about my own existence.
Really? Could you tell us what we should do to fit in as you did? The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to go back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head. and I tried really hard not to cry.
Logically speaking, both time and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead, with countless obstacles to overcome. Different identities and ways of thinking all contribute to strengthening the barrier between one another. Removing it will be no easy feat. There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated into this society. Despite my social status, I am still an outsider.
Oh, I see. Let's all do our best then. I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of our existence one day.
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead. If you run into any trouble, I suggest that you inform Vautrin, the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Huh? Is he the person I met in the Palais Marmonia earlier?
Yes? Do you have any concerns?
That stone-faced human. He didn't even bother to look at me when I tried talking to him. It felt like he wasn't interested in anything but work.
He is an earnest man. There will be plenty of opportunities to work together in the future, so please try to get along.
Okay, I need to go find my cat quickly because I haven't heard from him in a while. Okay, I did some extra chores. I fed the rabbits. And a tortoise. My cat's now hanging out with a tortoise. Hello, do you want to come back here again? Go on, go back there. Good boy. Yeah, I'm just like thinking more. I mean, there's no point worrying myself. All it's going to do is stress myself out. If I end up having to spend money, then I end up having to spend money to get the characters I want. It's not too bad. But the thing is, that I'm concerned about is I can't even check it right now. Okay, never mind. Let's just play this.
Hello. Can I help with anything?
Thanks, but no need.
Oh. Hello, I'm Carol, a Melazine. Is there anything you need help with?
Get away from here! I'm calling the guards.
Please, calm down. I don't mean to cause any harm.
Hard to say.
Yeah, we should probably stay away from these monsters. Haven't you realized? Strange incidents have been increasing ever since they came.
Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway? I can't believe Nervilet allowed them into the court of Fontaine just like that.
Exactly. That so-called Chief Justice even granted them official positions. Not only that, but they're now responsible for investigating cases as well. I swear, there's some hidden agenda at play here.
Go away! Quit acting innocent!
I'm not leaving. I won't let you say bad stuff about him. We joined the Mare Chaussee Phantom and solved lots and lots of cases. We've never done anything wrong.
Solving cases? With Nervilet in cahoots with you. You could have fabricated it all, and no one would know. So tell me, how can you guarantee that you Melazines aren't involved in anything that occurred recently?
Didn't I tell you before? Don't go advertising if you're not a good talker.
Vautrin?
Aside from spreading unjustified rumors, if you continue insulting members of the Mare Chaussee Phantom, the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol has every right to subject you to interrogation. There have indeed been an increase in cases recently, perhaps due to the shifting currents of conspiracy, and I understand your concern. However, there's been no evidence pointing towards Melazines being involved.
Even the captain of the security patrol is on their side. Nervilet's newly reformed police force is already corrupt to the core.
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
You heard that?
Yeah. I don't understand. Why won't anyone believe us?
There have been rumors saying that you were born from calamity, and that you inherently bring danger to those around you. There are countless negative rumors about you floating around in Fontaine. It's near impossible for you to become a part of this society. Best if you give up before it's too late.
Monsieur Nervilet said that we needed to put both time and effort in. I don't know how long it'll take, but I can at least try making my best effort. I still want to try a little harder. Thank you for bailing me out earlier. Okay, I won't be taking any more of your time. I painted a lot of flyers last night, so I have to stay and hand them out to everyone.
Give them to me.
You're not gonna take them away, right?
We'll hand them out together. The faster we get this done, the sooner we can head back.
Right now I'm trying to look through a wiki which says what like the bonuses are for Genesis crystals after the first purchase. So I just want to figure out. It's like the first purchase of the maximum price one gives you 81 wishes, which isn't even a guaranteed 5-star, and that's 87 quid. Of course, after that, I think it drops down to 50 something. 50 wishes, which is quite far from a guaranteed 5-star, still for 88 quid. Yeah, I don't feel like dropping your 88 quid. Oh, I don't feel like dropping like £250 on A. I really don't. I don't feel like doing that. So of course, I suppose the thing I should do is just only purchase when it's necessary for me to do so. Obviously. Yeah, that's the obvious thing to do. Wait until I truly run out of wishes, and then buy them as a last resort. That's how you'd fucking handle money.
Monsieur Neuvillette, what's this?
Medals of Peace, awarded to you and Vautrin. Thank you for your continued dedication in the past 5 years. You've taken one small step forward in helping Melusines gain the trust of humans.
I think I'll pass.
Hey, don't say that. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. It won't be long before Melusines begin living peacefully with the humans. Just the thought of it makes me happy.
Don't keep your hopes up. We've barely scratched the surface. There's still a long way to go before that dream of yours comes true.
You blockhead! Don't ruin the mood!
Vautrin brings up a good point. The trust humans have placed in you is still very fragile. Any small incident could undermine the hard work you've put in. Please be on your guard for the next few days.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even with all our powers combined. What if...
Nah, not gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take us out personally. There are rules even he must comply with in the political sphere, unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine. So quit worrying and just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder. Once we lay the blame on the Melusines as the person who brought them to the court of Fontaine, Neuvillette will be left with no excuse.
I guess you're right. Ugh. If he just left things the way they were, it never would have come to this. But he's forced our hand. Time to teach him a lesson.
Turn the murderer in!
Also, I was correct, so it's 50 and a half wishes after the first purchase. So the first one is 81, and then it's 50 and a half. This is the maximum purchase, though. Of course, I don't have to pick the maximum purchase one every time. The maximum purchase on subsequent purchases is the highest value, but on first purchase, the 1,981 is actually the best value. Which is interesting.
Can't be trusted! That goes for Neuvillette, too!
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back!
Please don't destroy everything, Cat. Hello. I'm also going to need to go check you didn't kill the tortoise. I am quite happy about casuals I've gotten today, so all things are wanted. But I would have rather gotten Staff of Homer than C1 Hu Tao, but that's irrelevant because we weren't pushing your weapon banner. Because so far I have not been feeling like C1 would even help all that much, honestly. Yeah. But, like, I'm happy we got Novelet, and I'm happy I got Tainari, so characters I wanted. Out of all the characters to get from losing 50-50, Tainari was one of the ones I wanted the most. But I do think I would have rather have kept wishes and then I just wish I got the official constellations earlier, man. If we had a Epitomized Path of 4 stars, I could have gotten all of my official constellations. And if we just cut out the Novelet and Hu Tao out of that, then like, I'm happy about it, but my brain isn't letting me feel happy about it. Because all I'm thinking about is just gonna fuck me over in the long run. Which, mathematically speaking, it will. Because I wished on that, I'm now gonna have to skip another character, likely. So, I mean, I'm hoping that C6 Special is gonna be worth it in a couple months. And that Novelet and Tainari will be worth it, which they should be. Because they're very powerful characters, both of them. Just the problem is that I can't take full advantage of them yet, both because I need to build them up, but I also don't have a bunch of the other characters they need to be really good as well. But I feel like C6 Fish will be really good with Tainari though, actually. The thing is, C6 Fish will effectively turn her into miniature Raiden. With Raiden's elemental skill doing what it does. But the thing is, I could live with myself if I missed Farina, especially since she will get a rerun fairly soon in the grand scheme of things. Venti will not be getting another rerun for another year. That's the problem. If I miss Venti now, he will not be getting another rerun until probably October 2024. We get Venti now, or I'm probably fucking dead by the time he gets another rerun. Now or never. But Venti, out of all the characters I want, Venti is the lowest value. That's the thing as well. So, or Venti, just like Novelet and Tainari, I can't take advantage of him yet. Not for a while. I would have to invest a lot of resin into getting his skills up, into getting him an artifact set, and into leveling him, and even after all of that, he would still just be a more niche Kazuha. But I think there's a lot of things I really like about Venti though. I really like his design, I love Mondstadt, I do like him, it's just that he's not an economic decision for my account. If I... Damn it, man. It is indeed a gacha game. Like, I can live with myself if I miss Venti. If I miss Venti, I miss Venti. If I miss Farina for the first time around, that's also fine. She'll come back in a couple of months. If she runs in 4.2, we can expect her to run again in 4.6. Which will be about a little over, I think like 5 months later. Which is a while, but it's not the end of the world. It's not as bad as Venti. Venti will be 12 months later. Yes, we can expect her to get a rerun after not all that long. So I could skip her, and then pick up A. The other problem is, though, is that, of course, I was hoping to get Nahida constellations. That's not going to happen now, definitely not. Which is a shame, but yeah, well, it's fine. I'm not that mad about that. I would have loved it, but yeah, it's fine. Look, the characters I cannot miss are A and Tanilu. because A will take another year to rerun, Nilu would probably take another like 7 months to rerun, and by that point I may not be as interested in her. But of course the other thing though is that Nilu is not as much of an immediate concern, and neither is A. I still have at least a month, I still have at least 2 months before A comes out. So I have plenty of time to prepare for A. The main problem would be getting several characters right now. Especially since I only need 90 characters for the next character I want. I only need 90 wishes. I mean,
Go on.
I'm gonna stop talking about
There
this.
is no direct
It probably
evidence,
is really
but reasonable
stressing me, and it probably
indicates
stress
that the
any
ones controlling the
hypothetical
situation are
viewers as well.
supporters of the old regime, whose interests have been undermined by the reform. They tricked Miss Carroll into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her. After that, they incited panic among the people in order to make Monsieur Neuvillette confess to his mistakes and yield up power. The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time. Miss Carroll chose to sacrifice herself to pacify the situation.
And she called me a blockhead. A little investigation would have cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth? She didn't have to prove her innocence like that.
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation between infuriated citizens and the guards. Miss Carroll might have thought there was no better plan.
That is indeed something she'd do.
Captain Vautrin, should I present these results to Monsieur Neuvillette right away?
There's no need. Notify the guards to restrict public access to all information.
Restrict access to... Wait, are you planning to...
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was very young. She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind, always believing the best of people. People like her are the most vulnerable to deception and betrayal. From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others. I kept a cold demeanor and tried lecturing her into giving up.
Looks like she was unfazed by that.
Yes. In fact, some of her spirit must have rubbed off on me instead. Because I too began working towards that pie-in-the-sky dream of hers. I should have known. Those cowards don't have the guts to confront Neuvillette. They even avoided causing trouble for me. They were after Carol all along. Can you understand how I feel? Right now, there's only one thought on my mind. Only through bloodshed can their debt be repaid.
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette wouldn't accept that as a solution.
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret. Give me the list of suspects. What happens after this has nothing to do with any of you. I will take responsibility for everything.
messaged my friend about what happened. And let's see what they think. If that was a mistake or not.
Did you know?
I need to double check how much pity I have and how many wishes
Vautrin
exactly I have
Special
left.
Security and Surveillance Patrol. Apparently, he resorted to personal measures to seek revenge for Carol and settled the score with the group that framed his friend. Hey, why aren't you saying anything?
I'm thinking... we should try our best to bail him out when the trial commences.
Bail him out? Why?
Shh, keep it down! Haven't you realized? Both Vautrin and Carol are Nervilet's most trusted subordinates. After everything that happened to Carol, Nervilet's guaranteed to do everything he can to keep Vautrin around. Besides, now that the old regime has been uprooted, Nervilet's status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect public opinion, Nervilet will be able to give Vautrin a reprieve. The benefits are endless.
Vautrin sought vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. This represents the justice he upholds. Please, think about it. If the same thing had happened to you, wouldn't you feel the same way he did? Yeah, that's right!
This whole thing started because of those despicable cowards who levied false accusations against Carol. How could Vautrin be declared guilty for seeking revenge?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Mr. Vautrin is innocent! He's innocent!
Order! I acknowledge your arguments. Vautrin, your revenge could be seen as a form of justice. I understand your decision, which is why I cannot help but feel regret and even grief about the judgment I must now impose. Personal justice does not equate to justice as defined by the law. To execute your plan for revenge, you abused your authority and conducted informal executions. Your actions have thus violated the law. Therefore, you will be declared guilty.
What?
That can't be! Monsieur Nervillet, please give this a little more thought. He has done so much for Fontaine.
Vautrin, my friend, is there anything else you want to say?
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this? I've closely followed every one of your orders. Can't you see? Everyone in this room believes that I'm innocent. Why can't you just let me off? Is this what justice means to you? Answer me, Neuvillette!
Order. Since there have been no further objections, the Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vautrin. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Vautrin will be declared guilty.
Goodbye, Monsieur Neuvillette.
This all happened because of Carol's naive ideas.
How can different species peacefully coexist anyway?
Hey, stop spacing out! What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
Apologies, it seems like my memories got the better of me. I tried my best to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but it seems like it still caused the emotions within the Fountain of Lucine to boil over, due to my negligence. The overflow of emotions and memories must have affected you as well. Are you all right?
Wow. The Hydro Dragon is more powerful than Paimon thought. Anyways, the last time we came here, the Traveler only heard voices from the Fountain of Lucine. No emotions boiling over or anything.
It is as you said. This might be because I am different. It is not only the fountain. I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. Rivers, lakes, and even the rain.
That sounds awesome!
But I rarely ever do anything like this. Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, having my mind occupied with irrelevant memories isn't exactly a pleasant experience. Which ones? It's fine. I prefer not to speak of those memories. That does not mean I am deliberately hiding them. It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good thing that you saw everything in that form. You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this. These two cases are much too similar. I felt like I needed to do something.
Paimon's starting to lose track of what you're saying. Don't leave Paimon out of the conversation. Paimon wants to help too.
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating the fountain, I discovered something strange. I did not sense too much hatred towards me within its accumulated emotions. However, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be related to a smuggling case. I don't know what caused this to happen, but it seems like there won't be a shortcut to finding the organization that may be pulling the strings here.
Oh! Didn't we read about that in one of the documents?
You've read about it? In that case, the resentment should have come from that incident.
Huh? What are you doing here? I was just about to look for you at the Palais Mermonia.
Navia! Nice to see you again! Is there something we can help with?
I've heard some things, but I'm not purposely asking around or anything. Don't worry. Rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against Melusines, and that you're investigating the case. So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar faces showing themselves at the Fleuve Cendre lately. Maybe you'll find the suspects among them.
Thank you. Where did you hear about all this?
The Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from afar. No matter how you conceal your whereabouts, there will be countless eyes watching you. You talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know asked around for information, then it was only a matter of time before word of the threatening letter spread all across Fontaine.
So that's what Charlotte meant.
Indeed. I did not expect that this could be kept hidden for too long, but the rumors still spread faster than I imagined.
You know, it could be because you attract more attention than you think. Anyway, any progress with the investigation?
The suspects who threatened Kiara might have to do with a certain smuggling case, but it is still uncertain if there is in fact another party behind all this. We are planning to return to the Palais Mermonia to revisit some details and identify the senders of that threatening letter.
All right, then I'll round up the Spina di Rosula and follow up on their progress. Wait for my word. Ta-ta!
Neverlet, do you think there'll be any problems now that the word is out?
I have already considered that possibility, and I do not think that there will be any. As a matter of fact, once the word gets out, no one would dare to harm Kiara in broad daylight. What is more important is how the case is perceived by the public. 400 years ago, they chose to side with the old regime and direct their resentment towards the Melusines. I hope the same won't happen again. Let us head back to the Palais.
Also, I need to have dinner. It is, yeah, it is about dinner time. I don't want to put. I'm actually really liking this quest.
What are these people doing out on the streets so late at night? Did something happen? Let's take a look around.
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against a Melusine. This is 100% the truth. Even the Chief Justice is investigating in person.
What? In a Neverlet vaporized
Who's
team.
been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't easily reveal themselves. But no amount of hiding will keep us from
talking
finding
like
them.
that?
That's exactly what I wanted to say. The guards have already begun to take action.
That's
We
Inazuma
can't just
dress
stand
on
by
the
and
left.
watch. Think about how much we owe them. Now that they're in danger, how can we just sit back and do
In
nothing?
a Neverlet and
Everyone,
Zhangling
please stay alert to your
for
surroundings from
vaporize.
now on. If you see any suspicious
Who is the one
report them to
vaporizing?
the guards
To
immediately.
the point of running Xingqiu and Yelan with Hu Tao is that it will always be Hu Tao vaporizing.
It feels like you've been following me
Because-
this whole time. Did something happen?
Because Xingqiu or Yelan will hit the target before Hu Tao does, apply Hydro, Hu Tao will hit them, vaporize, and then the second projectile from either Xingqiu or Yelan will then hit, and then that will cause a second Hydro proc, and then rinse and repeat. And so every single attack starts with hydro being applied, then pyro, and then a second hydro. And that's why Hu Tao almost always vaporizes. And that's why you want to run both Yilan and Xingqiu, rather than just one of them. So otherwise you may get the inverse happening. Like, you do not want Xingqiu or the Yilan to be the one that is doing the vaporize. It's far less efficient. But yeah, in Neuvillette versus Zhangling, I'm pretty sure it would actually be Zhangling that is getting the vaporize. Because typically it is whoever attacks less often. Right? Or who attacks after. Of course, Zhangling is going to be the flaming ring going around in circles. And that would definitely be hitting a good second or two after Neuvillette's charge attack does. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be Zhangling getting the vaporize off. Which is maybe a good thing? I don't know. But I know that Neuvillette can fit into a lot of teams. I know he's quite free-to-play friendly, which is good. But like, how many of those are teams which I'm interested in?
We were informed that.
Nope. We just finished our shifts and happened to be strolling by.
Have you had dinner yet? Why don't we check out the new items at the dessert shop together?
This isn't a good time to be out and about.
Come on, don't act tough. I bet you're hungry too.
All right, let's go buy a cake or something.
You shouldn't ever skip meals, especially if you have another shift scheduled for later.
Also, the thing about Venti is, of course, I can wait until the 4.2 update stream to hear what's happening.
I heard.
So I believe people said 4.2 will have Lantern Light, which should have a lot of free
We can make sure we give it all we've got.
Seriously? Were you planning to shirk your duties if Neuvillette wasn't involved?
Relax, I was just playing. We've worked together for years now. If something happened to them, I'd be haunted by regret for the rest of my life.
That's more like it. We should stand guard until the criminal has been caught.
Come and fight me instead, you cowards!
Okay, my parents are home now.
Have you heard? Even the special patrol came to help.
Shh, look. Isn't that Nervilette? I think he's looking at us.
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
This is truly wonderful.
So, wanna go over and say hi?
No, I should stay where I am. My appearance could give rise to unnecessary commotion. Let us stick to our plan and return to the Palais Mermonia. The faster we uncover the truth, the better.
I want to check what my pity is. 2 pity. Shit. I was hoping for a little bit better on that. We did get Tighnari pretty early, though. Right? Fuck, I thought I got Tighnari early. No, I didn't. It took 70-something wishes to get Tighnari. Was Hu Tao the early one? I thought I got one of them early. Hu Tao's on page 16. And Nervilette on page 23. So that's 7 pages of 45. Okay, so Hu Tao was fairly early. But still not super early, but fairly early. But goddamn, man. 4 stars, man. I mean, I was almost 100 wishes. Almost 100 wishes. In fact, no, it was. It was over 100 wishes. I think it was 120 wishes. For how many constellations official was it? Was it 3? 3. 120. That's 40 wishes. Oh man, so that is actually below average luck, though. Right, so how many wishes does that leave me with? We have 2 pity, and with 3,000, that's over 20. So we have 22 pity, and we have 20 wishes right now. Not great. Yeah, not great. But I mean, we still have a decent amount of free wishes coming up very soon. But yeah, I shouldn't bother worrying about it. Oh, well, there you go, here's 2 more. It's out of my power now. What's done has been done. I think nothing like that will happen again, at least. I'm not going to do something like that again. That was primarily for official. There isn't any other character which I want constellations for like that badly. The reason why I want official C6 so bad is because it feels like it gives me a reason to use her again. Which I really want to. I really want to add official back into my teams. My friend says, I mean, I low-key want Nuvi, but I don't have wishes, and I can't get enough primos before banner ends. Interesting. I'm sure he'll turn up with Nervilette tomorrow. Yeah, like, I am quite happy to have him. Is again, yeah, I can't use him yet. That's the thing which kind of sucks. That's a good thing about being a newer player, is that there's no grind to bring a character up. When you only need to bring a character to level 20, it's very easy to do that. But when you need to bring a character to level 70 minimum, then you're like, oh fucking hell. But I mean, if we're looking at it, making him viable in exploration, then it shouldn't be as hard. Suspicious documents. Yeah, there's no point worrying about it. All it will do is just make it harder for me to enjoy the game.
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Maréchaussée Phantom. This is the one. The list of involved suspects should be... Ah, found it.
What does it say?
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna, and others have been caught. They have been sent to the fortress of Meropide following trial. Those with close connections or mutual interests with the offenders but who did not participate in the case will not stand trial. Among them, surveillance of Essin has ceased on account of his good behavior. All other personnel remain on our watch list.
So many names. Is the one who sent that threatening letter to Kiara on the list?
Yes, there is something suspicious about Essin, to be precise. It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case, and he moves around without much restriction.
Monsieur Neuvillette, someone claiming to be from the Spina di Rosula just checked in with us. He said, and I quote, "We have located the suspect. They're chatting at the cafe."
Huh? How did Navia find them so quickly? We've only just figured out the suspect's name.
I too am perplexed. The cafe isn't too far from here. We should head over and take a look.
It's such a shame that Yanfei and Neuvillette don't work on a team together. I'm a big fan of characters which thematically work together, being together in a team as well. Because Hu Tao and John Lee, John Lee is kind of basically Hu Tao's best friend. Basically, more or less. And so it's perfect they're great together. And the same goes for Tartaglia. Tartaglia is one of John Lee's genuinely good friends, and they're also a very good combo. Unfortunately, of course, Ganyu and Ketching directly contradict each other. Which, I mean, also kind of thematically makes sense. The thing is, Ketching kind of has like an off-screen character arc, which you never really see, you just learn about. Oh, chest here. Yeah, you never really see the character arc happen, you just hear that it happened from her dialogue. But she, over time, grew to be more trusting of Rex Lapis and stuff, and she used to have conflict with Ganyu due to them having different perspectives on Rex Lapis. But then Ketching got over that, and then Ganyu and her can be friends. But yeah, that character arc doesn't really happen on screen, it's just written in their dialogue and shit, and in their lore. And, yeah, it's cool, but it's unfortunate. Like, it almost makes sense when they directly contradict each other, but it would be better if they didn't, game, come on. The thing is, you don't need as many DPS characters as sub-DPS. You need twice as many supports and sub-DPSs than you do DPS characters. And I feel like right now I might be wishing for too many DPS characters now.
Hey there, are you Navia's friends too?
These are the people who have had recent dealings at the Maréchaussée Phantom. They're usually hidden in the Fleuve Cendre, but I sent for someone to invite them over.
Invite them over?
Exactly. Now, I heard there's great coffee here, and so I asked them if they'd like to come and have some.
Of course, I still have plenty of primo's to obtain from exploration.
To be guests of the Spina di Rosula.
I'll have to message them in a moment to explain.
I've wanted to have a meetup like this for ages.
Something feels off, but oh well. Let's get back to business. Is there anyone called Essin here?
Yes, that's me.
You're Essin?
Yes, monsieur Neuvillette.
Did you write that threatening letter to Kiara?
I did, but I was just following orders.
Orders from whom?
Domenico. He was my boss. I couldn't disobey his orders.
Domenico? Where is he now?
The fortress of Meropide.
Well, I'm afraid even the Spina would have trouble looking into that place. Looks like you'll have to make the trip yourselves. This was as much as I could do.
You've done more than enough. I am extremely grateful for your help.
I just want to appreciate how good Neuvillette character design is, man. I've always thought that Genshin Impact actually has the best character design I've ever seen in anything, I think.
I'll leave the formalities for later. You should find Domenico
The vast
first.
majority of Genshin Impact characters are extremely well designed. You know exactly what they're on about.
As soon as possible.
All right then, let's head to the fortress right now.
Just from a glance. That's the thing. People half guessed that Neuvillette was a Hydro Dragon just based on his fucking character design. We had 3 pieces of evidence that Neuvillette was a Hydro Dragon. Him taking down Tartaglia in the court. The moment where it rained. And, his character design. Because Neuvillette has so many, like, dragon-esque patterns on him. And he has a very, very strong water theming. Like, a very, very strong water theming to his design. And there's also, of course, the fact that he also has glowing pieces on his clothes, which is typically... So, in large part, just from his design, you can guess that he's someone very important. Hey, but I do love him. I am happy I have him, I just wish it didn't come at such a cost. And yeah, it's a shame. I'm just gonna be able to look at him. I'm not gonna be able to do anything with him for a while. Oh, I need to message my friend. Yeah, here's fine. Well, I hope this quest isn't too much longer, because I need to have dinner. I didn't even have lunch.
It's Monsieur Neuvillette.
Hold on, I can pick up thingies from this guy. The fucking treasure chests in this place are hidden very well. They're very hard to find.
Welcome to the Fortress of Meropide, dear esteemed guests.
We're back! Oh, and a greeting from none other than the
I think I should be able to earn enough wishes for Venti before his banner comes
This
up.
isn't anything new. I figured you had important matters to discuss when the two of you, not to mention the Chief Justice, showed up. Let's assume we've gone through the pleasantries and cut right to the chase. I do remember a thing or two about Domenico. He once attempted to round up the other inmates and instigate a protest.
Who does this guy think he is? Paimon hopes nothing came of it.
He once attempted to, I said, meaning that it was over before it even started. And now he's threatening Melazines, is he? To be honest, Domenico doesn't seem like much of a conspirator. The fact that the three of you bothered to personally investigate raises a flag. Is there something else going on behind the scenes here?
He's got the same concerns we do.
I am concerned about this incident because something similar has occurred in the past. I wish to meet Domenico in person and have my questions answered.
That's an easy one. Let me think. I think he's at...
Did I hear someone say Melusine? What happened? Sigewinne! Yeah, and we're investigating. The person who threatened her seems to be imprisoned here. Really? Is Kiara gonna be okay?
There's no need to worry. Clarande is protecting her as we speak.
Well, that's great. But if the criminal's still... Is there anything you can do about this?
Ah, head nurse. Do you require me to personally deal with the criminal?
Wriothesley.
Okay, I get it. I'll bring Domenico to you. That's your only demand, correct?
Think of it as more of a humble request. I'm here on my own accord, not to formally transfer
I really feel like
Wriothesley
should have some kind of wolf motif, though. When I look at him, I really get wolf vibes, like he's a wolf-themed character for some reason. I think it's his hair and his color palette.
Paimon would take this chance to ask for something really important.
Well, were I still a criminal, I'd probably ask for a lighter sentence. But I'm sure Monsieur Neuvillette would reject that. But enough jokes. I'll look for Domenico and bring him to you. Make yourselves at home. Our dear head nurse has mentioned you quite a few times, so I'm sure she has a lot to say.
Please come with me to the infirmary. Ah, and watch your step. There's some pretty dark areas, so make sure you don't trip over anything. Huh?
Yeah, at least now I have some peace of mind knowing that all I have to do to get Visual C6 is just wait. I mean, I'll be honest, I still have temptation to put more wishes into a banner to get it just now, but I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Especially since, like, mentally, that would reward me for me doing it if I got it. And then that would make me feel more mentally compelled to do this again.
Think about it. I can leave this place soon.
I don't want to do that again.
Huh?
I don't even feel like I benefited all that much from C1 Hu Tao. But the thing is, I mean, I focus a little bit less on charged attacks. That's the thing, though. So, I mean, maybe once I switch to... Once I get fucking Shimmer Hours on her, and I'm using charge attacks a little bit more, maybe then I'll feel a difference. Yeah, I don't feel like dash cancelling or even her charge attacks in general are as essential as people say. They are really powerful, but people act like you have to do animation cancelling to make them good, which is not at all the case. Not at all.
Thirst is a warning sign that you're dehydrated, which means you have to drink up even before that. I'll bring you some tea. I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about. Typical Sigewinne. Concerned about everyone's health as always. Why aren't you two saying anything?
You noticed them too. The badges they wore on their chests looked quite familiar.
Familiar? Paimon didn't even realize they were wearing them. But if both of you say so, let's go ask them about it.
That's not a bad idea. I will stay here and wait for news from you. I place great trust in Wriothesley, so I rarely visit the fortress of Meropide. However, exceptional circumstances call for exceptional measures. I hope I didn't cause him too much trouble.
Anything you need? Oh, this? Are you interested in joining the Mutual Aid Network?
What's that?
We have a very long history, going back as far as 400. We have never had many members throughout our history, nor do we. Helping each other is our purpose. At the same...
Sounds like a pretty neat...
All we want is to defend ourselves. None of us have ever committed serious... But people won't give us a hard...
Interested in joining the Mutual Aid? If you'd like to learn more... A slogan made here.
How long does Neverlet's passive last? It's something I want to check. For 30 seconds? Okay. Yeah, that's really good then, actually. Because what I was thinking is that, of course, having John Lee on him could be problematic, because then you wouldn't be causing many reactions unless you keep enemies near the pillar, which can be difficult. And also, unfortunately, of course, he doesn't get any benefit from John Lee's attack buff. That's a disadvantage of HP characters. They scale easier, because HP is easier to build than attack, but then there's less characters to support them. And so that's why, typically, I believe most of the best HP characters in the game are sub-DPS or support characters themselves. Nevertheless, I think is the first who is a DPS. Who now doesn't count, of course, she just converts her HP into damage to attack. How many counters do I have now? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. 46? Ah, damn.
Silly chap.
Because the good thing about Fischl is that I only have to worry about artifacts. Even skills, her skills are pretty damn good. Actually, could be even better without too much effort. I feel like I might as well. Yeah, let's just do that just right now. There you go, okay. What do our constellations do again? Yeah, these two aren't great. How's this set for Fischl, actually? An attack goblet, oh well, it did 1 electric damage. Only 1 good substat. Decent. 2 good substats. 2 good substats. And this is Sands, so this is really good actually, this one right here. But also, of course, the thing for Fischl is that, of course, the Golden Troop is now her best set. And
you two look kind of familiar.
We want to be running that domain most likely for Neuvillette, which means that I can farm Neuvillette and Fischl at the same time, which is great because they complement each other. Neuvillette's best 3 sets are, I believe, is number 1 is the Golden Troop, or whichever set it is, which it gives a crit after you lose health. Number 2 would be Wondrous Troop, I think. Oh no, maybe Wondrous Troop is number 3, and number 2 is Tartaglia's set as well. So there's a little bit of overlap with them, so that's good.
It's the symbol of the mutual aid network designed by our first president. From what I've heard, it's based on something called a Medal of Peace. I've never seen one of those medals for myself, though. The first president of our network was an amazing person. Powerful as he was, he never used his strength against anyone. He encouraged the weaker criminals to stick together and look out for each other. All of us have a lot of respect for him.
We should have gathered enough information. Let's head back and talk to Neuvillette.
I mean, like, I shouldn't jump on official bandwagon just yet, of course, because I don't have C6 yet. But I think once I finish building characters I'm currently building, Fischl and Neuvillette will be next. And then I'll be... Well, the thing is, of course, Tighnari doesn't want Deepwood. Nahida wants Deepwood. So Tighnari's a fucky-wucky issue to me.
Did you manage to gather any intel?
Mm-hmm. The people who wore the badges belong to an organization called the Mutual Aid Network. According to them, the badge's design was inspired by the Medal of Peace. Have you seen any of those before?
I personally crafted 2 of them myself. They were awarded to Carol in Vautrin. Carol's medal was destroyed in a fire. The only one that remains should belong to Vautrin.
Oh! So the network was inspired by...
Monsieur Neuvillette, His Grace has requested your presence in his office. He's found Domenico.
All right. Let us talk to him first and get to the bottom of this situation.
It's just that, unfortunately, there's so many characters which just love John Lee, but there's only one John Lee. We could get Layla. So the good thing about Layla is that she's cryo, and she's the second best shielder. John Lee's number 1, Layla's number 2. And I really like Layla as a character, and of course I intend to bring her up at some point. And so yeah, I'd be happy to bring her up at some point, not right now. Because she's cryo, she doesn't particularly interfere with any reactions. That's a nice thing about cryo. Cryo doesn't interfere with vaporize, because it will just turn into melt. It doesn't interfere with bloom, because it doesn't react with dendro.
How did I do that?
And so on, really. It doesn't really interfere with anything. It does, you're missing out on having an extra element, but you're not fucking up your active reactions. And so that's a really good thing about Layla being a cryo character.
Okay.
And of course her shield has exactly 1-to-1 uptime. So yeah, that makes her a viable replacement to John Lee in a bunch of setups. She probably actually has a better damage output than John Lee. Maybe discounting his burst though. So burst can real chunk some shit.
Allow me to introduce this fine gentleman, Domenico. Why don't you explain everything to him?
Neuvillette? What do you want? What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Calm down. I merely want to ask you a few questions. Was it your idea to send that letter to a Melusine? Hassan has already confessed, so there really isn't any need to keep hiding.
That idiot! I can't believe I trusted him.
Let me ask this another way. It was your idea to send that letter, correct?
Yes.
Who is pulling your strings?
What? You're not trying to frame me for something I haven't done, are you?
It's best if you realize the gravity of your situation. The Chief Justice of Fontaine has been personally investigating your case. I assume your previous attempt to incite unrest at the Fortress of Meripede has something to do with this as well.
I admit I acted on impulse. I'll tell you the truth. But before that, you must ensure my safety.
I can do that.
You see, we're all reasonable people here.
I only intended to do some small business at first. Someone contacted me about delivering some goods and promised me a generous sum of more in return. After making a few trips, I was suddenly approached by the Marechaussee Phantom. They accused me of smuggling prohibited items, and I was put on trial. But I refused to accept any of that. The ignorant can be rightfully absolved from guilt, right? Well, I suspect that someone got me locked up here so they could get their hands on my goods.
Also, I'm thinking about
And then
double
you decided
hydro
to take
on Novelet.
revenge on the Melazines? Over that?
Because I think running double hydro would lock you off from getting the full benefit of his passive, but then it gives you an extra 25% HP. Which doesn't give you as much benefit as a passive would, but it's double hydro, so there's more team variety in that. And that also, of course, will affect his skill and his burst, and of course his HP. So there's some benefits and some downsides to be weighed out there.
My initial target was Nervilette. Everyone in the Fortress of Meripede was declared guilty by him, after all. So they must more or less hold a grudge against him, right? If I could get them to strike back. But for some reason, no one wanted to team up with me. That mutual aid network in particular. What did those nobodies even gain from trying to challenge me? Seriously. In the end, I had to redirect my focus onto Melazines to salvage things. I recall that Kiara was the one who confiscated my goods for inspection. So I asked one of the more approachable guards to send a letter, claiming that I meant to contact my family. But the letter was in fact addressed to Essa. I requested that he write a threat letter to Kiara and force it to resign from the Marechaussee Phantom.
Am I to assume that the claims you've made are your own thoughts? Have you been in contact with any suspicious people recently?
No.
Is it true that all members involved in the smuggling scandal have been caught?
Yes. And that's all I know.
Sigewinne, please take him back to the detention center. I'll deal with him later.
I'm just trying to think about it more.
So,
I can make
Neuvillette,
peace.
You were concerned that there might be a shadowy faction looking to capitalize on the delicate situation with the Melazines to stir up greater chaos?
Thing is, we don't need Venti for a freeze setup. He would be really useful to a freeze setup, but we do not need him for one. Problem is that if we did get him, we would still also need to get Shen-He. We can make a freeze team without Venti, but we can't really make a good freeze team without Shen-He. Because otherwise the damage just isn't good enough. Sure, the enemies are frozen, but the damage just won't be up to scratch. And yeah, Venti wouldn't really help much with the damage output. The point is that he would keep him frozen extremely consistently and group him up. But Garnia already has some grouping ranked to her bow, which I don't intend to ditch. Because if I run the bow plus the free setup, then she immediately already has all of the crits she could possibly want without even delving into artifacts. So the thing about Venti is that, like, honestly, I primarily just want him from the fact that knowing it will be a while before he reruns, and he is a character, I like his design, I like all of the concepts in his kit, and there is one team which I would like him for. But like, I can live with myself if I don't get Venti. I can live with myself if I don't get Farina, because she will likely get a rerun in not all that long. But I can't live with myself if I miss A, because it will be another year, and it will suck ass. I need to get A. So I can worry about the wishes when it comes down to it. But if I have to choose between Venti and or Farina or A is top priority. But priority is A, Farina, and then Venti.
Yes, I experienced a similar incident in the past, so I had to be prepared for any possibility.
And how long ago was this incident?
More than 400 years.
You might be overthinking this. Time can change a lot of things. Everything's different now.
What do you mean?
400 years ago, you and the Melazines you brought to Fontaine were the outliers in society. But in the present day, if someone were to threaten the safety of the Melazines, people wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. I trust that they would make different choices from before.
That's right! We saw lots of people standing up for Melazines on our way back to the Palais Mermonia.
Monsieur Neuvillette, the Melazines are a species you introduced to Fontaine. How the public treats them is also reflective of their attitude towards you. When people refused to place their trust in Melazines, it was because they were still on the fence about you, their unfamiliar Chief Justice.
I feel like Neuvillette being the Hydro Dragon would be public knowledge, just because he is 400 years old, at least. We know he's been Chief Justice for 400 years. Was he born and then immediately became Chief Justice, or was there time between that? Because then he's even older than 400 years. And I feel like anyone would say, hey, wait a minute, that's not how long a human lives. Hell, isn't Farina the second youngest Archon behind Nahida? She isn't, if I remember correctly, she isn't that much older than Nahida. So, I mean, I would have thought that the general public is aware that Neuvillette isn't a human, at least. Right? Surely. And like, Arlecchino's like, is he the Archon? Yeah, Arlecchino, maybe look at his fucking birth date. And you figure out, that would actually raise her suspicions a lot, wouldn't it?
For almost 500 years, you've conducted every trial with impartiality. You made the right judgment each time, regardless of whatever nonsense went on. People no longer have any reservations about you, and even consider you a symbol of the law. Right now, your every decision will impact all of Fontaine. In other words, you've gradually transformed the whole nation.
Paimon gets it now. No wonder no one wanted to join forces with Domenico.
I am undeserving of such high compliments. From my perspective, I have simply been fulfilling my duties.
The thing is, if I go from now until A, there is zero issue with Primogems. I only need 90 wishes. There's going to be more than 90 days between now and A, maybe. No, there won't. 20... We have 34 days left until 4.2. Then we have 40 days in 4.2. So... Well, let's say 42 days in 4.2. So then we're looking at 76 days, right? Have I done that maths right? Let's say 77 as well. Right, so 77 days. And then, yeah, add another 40 onto that. And then that should be A's banner. That should be when A's banner ends. 40 days after that. So actually, yeah, at one summon a day, I make enough wishes to get A. No issue. At all. The part of the thing which is really irking me, of course, I want A is top priority, then Nilou, then Farina, then Venti. But we don't know when Nilou will run. Nilou could run any time now. She could. That would be bad. The other thing is, I have all of the characters I need to make Nilou work, but I don't think I have any of them built. Nilou herself would be a little bit difficult to build. She wants Elemental Mastery and HP. And of course crit and stuff, but top priority is Elemental Mastery and HP. But we also want to build Kaveh, who I have fuck all for. I have nothing on Kaveh. We would need to get our fucking Deepwood set from the healer fucking finally, and that's really difficult to do. And you need to figure out a Hydra character to run alongside her, which I'm thinking Novelette possibly. Though a problem with that would be a lack of a healer, so probably not. You probably want Kokomi. Or Farina. Farina would probably make a lot of sense. But I mean, yeah, I don't need to worry about this yet. I can worry about this when Venti's banner actually drops. And I think I'll have to have the patience to just wait until the 4.2 livestream. If Nilou runs in 4.2 or 4.3, I have a problem. If she runs after 4.3, if she runs after A, it should be fine. Like, at the latest, we should expect Nilou by 4.6. We should expect to get Nilou before Farina's secondary run, at the latest. So, okay. But I don't need to worry about this right now. I should play the game. And especially get this quest done so I can go fucking eat something.
It isn't anything special or worthy of praise. I'm simply fulfilling the promises I've made and searching for answers
No,
through
but
my
I love you,
judgments.
man. You're so committed to
It is
justice.
unnecessary to hold me in such high regard. The complexity of human emotions and willpower far exceed those of mine. As a matter of fact, I believe that you are the ones who deserve my respect.
There's no need to be so modest. The current state of affairs says it all. You're no longer that outsider you were before. Even if you wish to investigate something on your own,
Hold up.
many would take the
gotta go talk to my
initiative to lend you
sister.
a hand.
Tell her about rabbits. I'll be right back.
Made a fair point. Thank you for clearing my doubts. Now that the case has been settled, I should get going.
Huh? You're leaving?
And so soon, too? Why not stay for a cup of tea?
Thank you for the offer, but I know how this place works all too well. While some are here to redeem themselves, there will inevitably be those who harbor resentment towards me. The less time I spend here, the better. My presence could very well result in an unwanted disturbance.
In that case, I'll have to insist. I still have 2 more things to say.
Please, go ahead.
The first is about the guard who helped Domenico send that letter.
Ah, I know of what you speak. The guard was indeed deployed from the Palais Memornia staff. However, as I mentioned earlier, I visited today on personal business. Therefore, I leave that matter in your hands.
Nervalet's not feeling like it. Fair enough, Nervalet does quite a lot of work. Don't blame him.
Well, that makes things a lot easier. Hey now, don't let your imagination run wild. Those from up there have a tendency to sympathize with others. However, down here, such thoughts will put you at high risk. I'll have a chat with the guard and remind him to take precautions in the future.
I see no issues with that.
Great! That's one thing out of the way. What's the other thing you wanted to say?
The other thing was born from my own sense of curiosity. Now, I've heard that you investigated the mutual aid network. Is that right?
Yep. Nervalet thought their badges looked familiar.
I noticed the small gang as well when I first took over the Fortress of Meripede. They were not great in number, but every member always made sure to stand up for what was right.
So about I was just getting a little report on if we think of Rabbitsville.
I've looked into their founder, Vautrin, who once stood trial and was sentenced to imprisonment in the fortress. According to existing documentation, Vautrin remained disciplined throughout his imprisonment. He had never once engaged in physical or verbal aggression. In other words, how he presented himself in prison was very different from his behavior in court.
What? During his trial, I could sense that his feelings were complicated. He appeared to be full of resentment, and I believe he had every right to feel that way.
Perhaps he had been putting on an act.
An act?
Nervalet and Vautrin had a close relationship as superior and subordinate. Vautrin must have known that the Chief Justice would make an impartial judgment. Thus, the more resentment he displayed, the clearer it would be to those present that you were upholding justice. And to those who had been sitting on the fence, Vautrin's act was a very meaningful one. That's all from me. Does anyone else have anything to say? Now's your chance.
I don't have anything to say. Apart from expressing my gratitude, that is. Well then, let us head back. No need to see us off.
Please, take care.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking I should take prototype Amber to level 90.
But I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin. The words he spoke in court often replay in my mind, as if urging me on to do something.
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things. I would like to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
I think you're fucking epic, man. You're a real geezer.
As Chief Justice, every single one of your trials makes an impact on
your voice and your body and your clothes are just as sexy as John Lee. You're very, very powerful. You've got a strong sense of justice. You have a little bit of a sense of humor when it's necessary. You get your work done, and you don't complain about it. But you also don't disrespect people for taking breaks or anything. You have an interesting hobby. I like for you to acknowledge that not all water is the same, because you're fucking correct. People that say all water is the same is idiots, utter idiots. Water is so fucking different. Water tastes different, has different textures. There's a lot of variety in just water. My personal favourite water is, well, fucking bottled water you get from Tesco. He cares a lot for his friends and the general people. He cares about justice. I think I already said that. Whilst he thinks Farina is a bit of a brat, he also doesn't neglect his responsibility to protect the Archon. He's a fair judge. He had remorse for this fella. I've actually forgotten the name. And he had remorse for Child. There is many, many good things. And he has a reasonable character flaw in that he sometimes struggles to understand people's emotions, as we saw with Navia. He really tries to, but it seems that being a Hydro Dragon and not being a human and still feeling a little bit ostracized makes it harder for him to connect with people. He views things very cold and clinically. Well, not coldly, but he's not cold, but he is clinical. I mean, like, in that discussion we just had, he's like, I knew he resented me, and I understand it. It's like, he doesn't necessarily, I don't know if he empathizes with it. But he's trying to. I think he's a really good character. And a very likable character.
What I really think is, every trial you've ever judged has left its impression on you. And that's what makes you who you are today.
That is indeed a reasonable assumption. As I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because cannot fully understand myself.
Holy shit, we got a line of dialogue. That is crazy for just a character story quest.
But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, I have begun to notice the changes that have occurred upon my person.
Also, honestly, since I played their hangout events, I just wish story quests were hangout events, man. Put a little bit more budget into them because they're a 5-star character, but I really like the branching endings and stuff, because having different scenarios leads to you getting to see more of a character. Like, if we had a Novelette hangout, we could see different cases. Each of the 6 endings could be a different case. Or you could have 3 cases, and for each of them you have 2 endings where you solve the case in a different way. Or you unsuccessfully solve the case. There's a lot you can do there. But as a story quest, of course, it allows them to write just one high-quality story, so I mean there's a trade-off there. But I feel like the hangouts were good enough. The stories were very much good enough. A lot of the hangouts, I think, have better stories than a bunch of actual story quests. Despite, of course, having to be branching narratives that you can complete in their entirety, all 6 or 5 endings, in less time than it takes to do just a character story quest. So I really think they should adopt branching timelines for story quests as well. Not as many. I'm not demanding 6 endings. I'm not demanding give us primogems for each of them, but like maybe give us like 3 endings, 3 paths or something. Just something. It will naturally lead to us seeing more aspects of a character, which I think is really good.
These changes were not due to any specific occurrence, but emerged as a result of time itself. I will try to contemplate this further. Thank you both.
Also, he's a thinker, and I really respect that. Oh!
It's raining! Oh no, I forgot to bring an umbrella! Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder!
It's raining again? I've had enough of this weather.
There go my travel plans.
Did you read the news this morning? Quick, put away everything on the clothesline.
When is this rain going to stop?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
The Fortress of Meripede. It's a good place for me.
He owes me so many answers.
Neuvillette? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
How can 2 completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
You will see much in the human world, from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
Good morning, Monsieur Neuvillette! The rainy season's almost over! The skies are supposed to clear in a few days!
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
Is the matter resolved?
Yep, we found the person who sent that threatening letter. Risley said he'd keep a close eye on him, so the Melusine should be safe now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sorry for dragging you all into this.
There's no need to apologize.
Yeah, you didn't drag us in. We got involved of our own accord.
By the way, where's Kiara?
At the Palais Mermonia. More than 50 people offered to protect her. Some even hid within the bushes to look out for danger. I was worried that the excess of protection would make her feel uneasy. So I asked her to stay inside the Palais. It's very safe in there.
What a relief.
Well, now it looks like the dust has finally settled. To celebrate this joyous occasion, Monsieur Nouvelette, would you be interested in an exclusive interview?
That's not how you celebrate!
I will consider it.
Really?
Of course. My schedule is full for the following weeks, but I should be available next month.
Charlotte should be a sub-DPS crier. She really should. She should be a cryo Xingqiu. If this is the chance game, do it. Because then she'll be really good for Nouvelette. Please do it. That just popped into my mind right now. It'd be perfect. It'd be perfect. I will love that. Please do that.
Come up with questions during the intervening days, and I will answer them to the best of my ability.
Yes! Thank you so much, Monsieur!
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must head back to the Palais and issue a communique to publicize our investigation results. I hope it will assuage the concerns of all.
Isn't there another quest stage left? Oh, there isn't. Okay.
Oh, an exclusive interview! Am I dreaming? What should I ask him? Don't let anything hold you back. Make the most of this opportunity and ask away.
I agree. He'll decline any question he can't answer anyway, so you might as well give all of them a shot.
Something I just realised is that so far, Fontaine characters are pretty varied in their colour palette, which is really cool. So that means they're not relying as much on the colours, but more so the theming of the characters.
Perhaps we could take a walk.
And their outfits to relate them to Fontaine. Right. No. No. Do we want it sunny or do we want it to be nighttime? Let's take it now. Hopefully does an interesting animation here. I feel like all of these characters have completely different colour palettes, but you can tell they're all Fontaine characters. Like Mondstadt's characters have a fantasy motif. Liyue, I don't really know what I would say for Liyue. But Liyue is something going on, I think. It feels kind of traditional, I would say. Like John Lee's wearing a sophisticated suit. I don't know what you would call Zhang Ling's thing that she's wearing. Ning Guang is very elegant. Did I catch all of this? Yeah, I think they... Oh yeah, let's look, right? So Leo characters we have. There's kind of a sense of spirituality in them, right? Like, there's a lot of whites. Hu Tao kind of has like gold and white trimmings. Ganyu is largely white. Keqing is white and purple, which makes sense because we're Electro. Ningguang is like completely white. Zhangling is no white at all. Well, she has like little white trimmings on there as well. So I don't know what I would say the thing about Liyue is, but I would still say definitely you can tell when a Liyue character is a Liyue character, for the most part. Yao Yao, maybe just because of what she's wearing. That would say Mondstadt more than Liyue to me. But I would say either Liyue, Mondstadt, or maybe Sumeru. But I mean, when I first saw her, I thought she was from Sumeru. But there's something about him which is very cohesive. Fischl, Bennett, Barbara, Mona. Who else is from Mondstadt? Not counting Toma. Jean. They all have very typical fantasy designs. So you can absolutely tell who is from Mondstadt. Sumeru is very Eastern inspired, very clearly. And he just looks at how good that colour work is. Farizan, to me, is the character which looks the most out of place in Sumeru. And also, I wouldn't count Wanderer as a Sumeru character. Like, he does use Sumeru materials, but he was introduced in Mondstadt. He had further plots and stuff in Inazuma, and finally he was a big bad in Sumeru. But yeah, I wouldn't refer to him as a Sumeru character. I would call him an Inazuma character, because he originates from Inazuma. A good chunk of his plot is in Inazuma. He's Electro. And I think he does fit with Inazuma well. But every nation has a very cohesive design, and I really like that. And Fontaine is no different. Fontaine, I would say the general thing is just that everyone is really fucking classy. Everyone just has really good drip. Just so much pizzazz. It is quite beautiful. Very elegant, very refined, lots of style. I'm excited to eventually get to start actually using Neuvillette. It's going to be a while. I'm also excited to fucking eat something once this quest is done. Wait, how many of Neuvillette's talent books do I have then? Equity. It's okay. The thing is, Neuvillette likes all of his talents. By far prioritizes charge attack, but he does like all of them. That's the thing. But I'm not about to invest in him as much as I have with Hu Tao. I'm not going to do that. The thing is that his skill and his burst are about buffing his charge attack. The main point of his skill and burst isn't that they deal damage, but that they buff his charge attack. But I mean, if you look at his charge attack, 7% max HP, 12%, 22%. So they definitely do still actually deal like pretty damn respectable damage actually. 22%. Fuck, there's also waterfall damage. Fuck, that's really good numbers. That's over 30% at skill level 1. Here's Yalan at skill level 8 at only 22%-ish. It's crazy. If this person asks for the things, I'm gonna have to tell them no. Any of them have been left behind, I'm gonna need to go get now. Oh, this is pause to a story quest. I was about to go text and just say, like, sorry, I have a place to be, but I don't know. But I do have a place to be. I need to eat lunch and dinner. It's 8 o'clock. I really like that this actually makes you wet. That's a really good detail. That'd be awesome if that was an actual strategy in battle. To just go idle to vaporize yourself. That would be a really, really fucking cool mechanic, but yeah, no, that'd never be practical.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
The thing is, I have all the characters I need, I think. I have all of them, there's just a bunch of them I need to invest more into. Let's check out Sucrose's kit real quick. Right, so I didn't think of this pause, but it does. 15-second cooldown, right? $80 cost.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Oh wait, I didn't pick up with this. It's only for people who have a matching element. Oh, that's a shame. That isn't as good as I thought it was. But this does affect the whole party. So Sucrose's buffs are pretty good, but they do not have good uptime. Really bad uptime, actually, I think. Barely 50% on... Just barely over 50% uptime on the skill. Really bad uptime on the burst. But I know Sucrose can put out some really good damage numbers where she isn't just a buffer.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all
because
the
it's funny, she does not work with
I believe I will
albedo despite being thematically linked.
Fulfilling my duties.
I would really like an overhaul of a Geo element. I personally, I like the idea of making it so that Geo is kind of like an alternative to Animo. Here's my proposal. Geo plus Animo will give you Crystallize. I don't know if that thematically makes much sense, but what does make sense in this game, let's be honest. Since it's only Geo plus Animo, make it so that the crystals are omni-elemental, and they're... Okay, he's gone. So they affect all elements. Their maximum capability, though, is decreased. Then bring the minimum strength up, though. Bring the minimum strength up, the maximum down. Or maybe just leave the maximum the same. But then just make them omni-elemental. Because of course the point is that like an electro shield will absorb electro damage better than Hydro. Effectively I'm saying make it so that there is no weaker shield, and there isn't any stronger shield either. That's what I'm saying. So it's just Omni Element, it covers everything the same. But then, otherwise, I think that Geo should cause auras. So if you have Geo plus Cryo, the enemy should be then continually affected by Cryo for the next couple seconds. And so on, for I would say basically every element. And so effectively, Geo would then become like a dedicated DPS support element. Similar to Animo, but whereas Animo is about spreading elements so you get more reactions, as well as Res Shred, Geo would then be about, it'd be a little bit more focused on single target damage instead. So imagine that. You could cause a Vaporize, instead of having to run Bennett and Zhangling,
Melusines are beautiful.
You could just run one Pyro character and one Geo character,
be sure to be friendly.
And then you can run Neuvillette and then fucking Vaporize them down constantly on every hit. I think that's a really cool idea. Again, would it make thematic sense? I don't know. I just like the concept of the visual of molten rocks all writhing and overwhelming an enemy. And frozen rocks, and liquid rocks, and lightning rocks. Just think of all the possibilities. And of course, you can also work that into new artifact sets. Like make it so an enemy, if an enemy has an electro aura, their res to electro is reduced by 30%, etc, etc.
Kiara?
Monsieur Neuvillette? Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep.
It's quite all right. I'm here to tell you that we have caught the sender of that threatening letter. You're safe now.
Thank you, Monsieur. And thank you too, Traveler and Big Sis Paimon. Everyone's been so nice to me, so I've always felt really safe.
Do you remember Domenico? He was the sender of that letter.
Let me think. I can't remember. My memory isn't that good, so I easily forget things. By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now. Where's she gone, by the way? I haven't seen her in a long time. In my dream, she looked really happy. She held my hand and said, "Kiara, our dreams have finally come true." I can't remember what our dreams were anymore, and I don't know why. But I felt really happy too.
I can sense your joy. It is indeed a delightful moment.
Monsieur Neuvillette, are you happy too? Oh, I almost forgot! Am I allowed to go out now? I promised to model for Alov.
Of course. Off you go.
What's with all these...
See you next time,
particles.
Traveler and Dix's Paimon?
Did these just suddenly appear? Why are they... What's going on?
See you next time.
Oh, he's still here. Oh, that's quite sweet.
I really can't fathom what goes on in her head sometimes.
Fuck's sake. Of course, I don't know what else I was expecting. Yep. I'm sitting in your seat. But I feel like John Lee and Neuvillette would be best friends. I really want to see just more character interactions, please. Come on. I know you have a fucking gambling system which you need to promote by having characters appear, but please, just... I want to see John Lee talk to people.
Bow your head.
I love that animation, it's so damn cool. And it seems like it's a really big area. I feel like I'm going to use him like Garnu and use left trigger here. Instead of holding down and just doing it normally. I really like that's an option. Because otherwise it just feel a little bit clunky to aim. So I really like that's an option. But so that was a pretty solid quest, and Neuvillette was great in it. I wasn't invested in mystery. But of course part of that was because of personal shit going on, obviously. But I really liked that cutscene. Neuvillette's screen time was great. Riosley, Navia, Clorend, and Charlotte all got screen time as well, which is always lovely. That attack range is also pretty good. Cool. Hold up, okay. Right here. No. A little bit closer. Beautiful. Alright, so in a minute I'm gonna have to log off and go get myself something to eat, but I think I want to bust some resin and do some shit. What would it take for me to upgrade prototype Amber? I'm conscious of Mora now, I don't want to run out of Mora. Ah, fuck. And I don't know how much HP I would gain. It's a damn shame this doesn't have fucking HP percentage for substacks, otherwise it would be pretty fucking good. Hey, Tainari, what the fuck should Tainari have? From what I saw, the suggestions were odd. We have 4 copies of a Stringless now. Definitely wouldn't like Rust. Viridescent Hunt would be good on him. I mean, yeah, okay, so maybe we can say you go with Viridescent Hunt. If it's Piercer? I'd give him 160 Elemental Mastery. But like, there would never be a scenario where I'm using Viridescent Hunt, where I'm using Garnu and Tartaglia at the same time. There's never a scenario where both of these are occupied. So. Also, I'm thinking now, of course, I think getting Neuvillette has cleared up my decision. I should get this. It's at 32% max HP. That's really damn good. Now, of course, being on field for 10 seconds is a little bit iffy with Neuvillette. He will be on the field for quite a while. The max HP is really good, the crit rate is really good for him, and the Elemental Mastery is also potentially good as well. So all of the stats are actually really good for him. So unfortunately, because I was going to go for this for Xingqiu, but yeah, I'd rather go for this, I think. Of course, I know this is really good for Hu Tao, but you need refinements for it to be better in Dragon's Bane, from what I've heard. Alright, okay, this is the set. HP percent? Wow, we don't... Wow, okay, we don't have a lot. We do not have a lot in this category. Okay, well in that case... Wanderer's Troop is a good set on him. HP. Yeah, I'll steal out from Yao Yao. Shit. Oh, no, we probably want a crit. So, oh no, this is Sands. Okay, so yeah, we do want HP here. We want a crit rate circlet. Okay, this is goblets. We want hydro damage on this. No, go to that. Alright, well this is our only option. Ah, that sucks. Right, so we want out of this a crit rate circlet, which we don't have. Oh, actually, that could work. And then we can switch this to be anything. crit rate and HP. Alright. There's a really fucky-wucky build. Actually seems like this would be a good placeholder build there, actually. It'd have a respectable amount of crit rate, a respectable amount of HP, 14% crit damage. Of course, there's no leveling going on here. What's the energy recharge at? Plus 16%? You probably want a lot more than that. The thing is that his burst and his skill, having been able to rotate those around, is really important to maintaining his kit, I think. Because running the charge stack without them is fucking pointless. You're wasting your time. So we have HP, Hydra damage bonus, crit rate. Like, I feel like that's good. Unfortunately, this is attack rolls so far. Yeah, I feel like we can make this set work on him. I think we can maybe find a better piece here. But I'm not making any immediate decisions right now. This is just so I can have it here for peace of mind, really. I don't think I would want to take that away from Collei, but... This has 3 desirable stats, the one we're on has 2. And it's low level. Alright, yeah, let's swap. Sorry, Collei. Because what I'm looking for would be HP percent, crit rate, crit damage, and then energy recharge. Now we don't have anything perfect like that. Alright. Right, here's our very temporary Neuvillette build. I'm happy with that crit rate. That's some pretty good crit rate to have already. All but one artifact has crit rate on it. That's pretty good. See, I feel like it wouldn't be too hard for us to make a decent Neuvillette builder. It's just we're gonna have to wait a while because I don't have the starfish anyway, so I couldn't do it even if I wanted to. We have enough talent books to bring his talents up a decent bit.
Settle down.
Tainari, yeah. Just fucking give him Ibis Piercer. Ibis Piercer does confuse me. Why does it give you attack as a substat? It really should be Elemental Mastery. This is clearly supposed to be like an Elemental Mastery bow. Oh yeah, don't we have a free catalyst coming up? We do. I don't know when, but there's going to be a free catalyst in an upcoming event. Do we know the stats on that? That could be important to me making my decision. Yeah, who's Rust actually good for? Yoimiya? Like no one else? Let's listen to some of Neuvillette's voice lines.
Greetings. I am the Chief Justice, or Iudex, of Fontaine. But you may simply address me by using my surname, Neuvillette. Not because I wish to keep my distance from you. No, I am merely conscious that being overly familiar may bring the impartiality of the judiciary into question in some people's eyes. If you have any requests or concerns, then, to the extent permissible by law at least, we can sit down and discuss them together as we partake of some imported water from Chaoyin Village. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties. Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. Ah, my apologies. This heavy rain must be quite an inconvenience for you. It's over. What's that saying again? Bolt from the blue? Yes, I believe that captures how it feels to me. Snow is in fact one of water's natural self-cleansing mechanisms. But human activity tends to reduce snow's purity, so do not consume it. I find that the beauty of bright sunlight is best appreciated from the indoors through a window. I cannot help but feel that you bringing me here is some sort of an assassination attempt. Good morning. I hope you have a wonderful day. Ah, it's past noon. You must be looking forward to your afternoon tea or coffee break. I certainly am. Good evening. I hope you have not encountered any unpleasantness today. Good night. I am quite fond of the image of a perfectly still body of water. It is on this note that I would like to wish you a peaceful, undisturbed sleep. May no waves of emotional distress ripple through your dreams tonight. I am no rabid fan of trials. I preside over them only out of duty, for this is the task that has been entrusted to me. Fontaine does have some rather intriguing laws on its books. For instance, it is forbidden to release any flying objects during the first 3 days of each month. During the dry season, all bivalves that wash ashore belong to the Hydro Archon, while all other mollusks belong to the people. No domestic pets shall be named after Farina. Tomato ketchup is to be consumed in restaurants only as a condiment, never on its own. And finally, Melusines are to be addressed using she/her pronouns, never the impersonal it/its. That last one was my personal contribution. Some days my mind wanders, and I fantasize about walking into the rain. Oh, but don't worry. My flights of fancy don't distract me from my work. The bishop's ancestry can be traced directly back to the Fontamer Sea, which is why they are so adept at evolution. I am reminded of an old custom that the dragons once observed. We would take a sip of our perished young brethren's blood. Whenever the tides are disrupted by the motion of the moon and stars, the water within the bodies of us hydro-organisms surges up towards our heads, reminding us that our deceased kin will soon be revived. From my observations, humans have a tendency to view themselves as being in opposition with nature. And whenever this point is raised, someone is always quick to respond by declaring that humans are in fact a part of nature like any other organism. To someone like me, however, who knows an inkling of the truth, what would be most beneficial is if human civilization and the natural world of this planet could seek ways to coexist with one another. I usually do my best to avoid forming personal relationships or even collaborating with others outside of established procedures. But you have shown yourself to be trustworthy, and you have no problematic entanglements with Fontaine's local factions. Therefore, I would be pleased to journey with you. Water tasting is a rather sophisticated discipline. Pyro-heated water has the standard au naturel flavor found ubiquitously in the natural world, while water boiled using charcoal has distinctly rustic notes. Similarly, while cryo-chilled water is cold but otherwise unremarkable, the frozen rivers of Snezhnaya, when melted, produce a water with an entirely different flavor profile altogether. Animals can survive for weeks without food, but merely a few days without water. There is no dish that could ever compare to pure, unadulterated water. With that in mind, food items that contain plenty of liquid are the next best thing. How can people bring themselves to consume deep-fried foods or grilled food with no sauce? The worst culprits, in my view, are those charcoal-baked argilenac cakes. Surely even eating a dehumidifying agent would be kinder on the stomach. Delicious. An abundance of juices, and the ingredients have been cooked to perfection. A fine effort indeed. My only advice would be to increase the liquid content and reduce the amount of fat. Too dry. A dish devoid of moisture has no way to convey the intentions of the chef. I'm a little more familiar with you now. I can match your movements.
Silence! Silence! Bow your head. Settle down! The tides beckon. Be sanctified. Let the mighty be humbled.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now. Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience. Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Be not perturbed. I am unscathed. The risk is growing, but it poses no threat to me. There's a tear in my robe. Allow me to intervene. Take a moment to rest. When the tide comes in, I shall return.
Oh, fuck. I really like that one.
When the tide comes in, I shall return.
I really like that. A lot of dead voice lines drag it on a little bit too long. I think this is perfect in length.
When the tide comes in, I shall return.
But I just really like the delivery as well, and also the line itself. I will come back. I really like that.
I see the temperate waters of eons past.
Ah, is that like his life flashing before his eyes? That's sad.
A silence fills the air. Justice is blindsided. An oversight on my part.
Thank you for permitting, no, inviting me to join you. The pleasure is all mine. Perhaps we could take a walk by a riverbank or somewhere similarly fluvial.
Alrighty. We'll look at his story some other time. Let's visit the teapot. Actually, first... should only take a moment. Very good. Check my email real quick. Nothing? Great. Right, let's get some primogems.
This realm... We have enough time to get the last one. That's good. Right, we need to switch to another round. Okay, so Sucrose and Tainari are the characters we need to keep an eye out for.
Oh! Okay, is that just Hu Tao? Okay, this is just Hu Tao. Right, yeah, I never put Hu Tao in. What am I doing? And also, let's just put them down whilst we're here. Tainari. And who the fuck was the other? Sucrose.
Hello there. I could hear you coming from miles away. This place has a peaceful environment and a wonderful view. Very pleasant. Perhaps a little too pleasant. Look, I've already mapped out an itinerary of my stay. That would be going too far. This place was constructed by magic, right? I don't sense any dangers. And I'm guessing that the only ones who can get in here are those you have specifically invited. If they're your friends, I'm sure they won't cause any major disturbances, right? They wouldn't, would they? Hello there. I could hear you come.
It's a little bit awkward. They had a Tonai voice actor on the update livestream during for the anniversary. It's a bit. So there's an elephant in the room. Oh dear. You weren't always Tonai, were you? There's one who came before.
Morning. The day's plans are best made at dawn. The early bird catches the worm. Early rising worms might object to this, of course, but that's just how the food chain works. See, no matter how early they rise, a tree's leaves will still get eaten by insects. You don't hear them complaining, do you?
Also, I realised I put down the wrong
Thanks
clip.
to you, my research is progressing smoothly.
Sucrose has gotten horribly little screen time. Horribly little.
Oh, please don't worry about me. As long as there's a dedicated laboratory, I am more than satisfied. Your home far exceeds my needs. Oh, I'd feel guilty to trouble you. But I greatly appreciate your kindness.
I quite like a little cape on
It means
that.
a lot.
Looks very sweet. It's actually a similar design to Venti. So that's one of the things I really like about Venti is his colour. It's kind of a unique colour. It's kind of like a tealy green. And I really like the cape on his back. I shouldn't be talking about what I like about Venti. Because otherwise I'm going to really want to hate him.
Hello. Thanks to you, my research... Good morning. Please take care.
Alright. Let's fix this fucking idiot sandwich. What? No, it's not this one. Because if I get D-Luke now, I am going to be a little bit pissed off. Just because, of course, who's how? No. Okay.
The atmosphere in the village is great. I've gotten some poetic inspiration just walking around. Ooh, do you think we'll see anything interesting after nightfall? Like a statue coming to life, or an eerie fire underwater? You'll join me, right?
is flawless in every way. It's just a shame that there are no bones lying around. With a little renovation, perhaps this place could be used for even more valuable research. Are you interested? Can you help me?
Very sweet personality. If I was qualified for it, if I were competent at science, I would really like to be in one of the science fields, but I'm not. No, I'm not. I love some good science. But I don't have a brain cells for it. Oh yeah, this set. That's how I forgot I used to have to put that together. Here we go. Oh. Never mind, I can't put that. Okay. Oh well. Oh wait, indoors. I'm pretty sure I have at least one I can use Tainari for, and another one I can use Sucrose for, and Food Hair. Also, I want to do something soon, because I'm coming up on 1,000 hours played now.
There's an old saying in Liyue. A bed that faces the door shall be haunted by a ghost of horror. But as long as I'm here, you won't have anything to worry about. And if a couple of ghosts do come, you could invite them to play a game. Actually, why don't we put a table and some chairs in here?
Fully equipped alchemy workshop. And arranged in a rather reasonable manner as well. Even if an experiment goes, explosively wrong in here, the specimen stored in the storage cabinet shouldn't be damaged. Huh? When did you get here? I mean, I've been itching to conduct this experiment. Is it okay if I go ahead and do it?
This cabin looks very familiar indeed. I see you've been treating our excursions as an opportunity to admire the scenery in quite some detail. Just being here makes me want to start planning my schedule. Force of habit, I suppose. Well, there's plenty of space. Would you like to sit with me and try your hand at writing something yourself?
Righty. Alright, so I think I basically got a whole wish out of that. So that's decent. Also, got the other thing which I can't forget is I do now have a pocket 30 wishes here as well. Because I want to save 68. I need to save 68 star glitter for January. Because then I'm going to pick up one official constellation and one Zhangling constellation. And then 5 months later, I then need to pick up another Zhangling constellation. I mean, so I can purchase this more than 10 of these wishes, actually. Without any issue. I could purchase Razor. But I'm not going to. Because I don't need that.
I see the value in my own work.
I was never build Razor, so I'm not going to bother. Let me check how many hours played am I at. I'm in the 980s now, and that's likely inaccurate. I'm probably already over 1,000 hours.
This realm.
I didn't put no let down.
If you ever...
Need to hear his dialogue.
Ah, it's you. I've been waiting for the owner to show up. One cannot simply walk around without first obtaining permission. The scenery here is pleasant. It makes one feel happy. But I've been meaning to ask, does it never rain here? Oh, splendid. I've long heard tell of the hot springs in Inazuma, but did not expect that I would see them here. You are saying the water is just artificially heated? That's quite understandable. Even long ago I had heard that there are no natural hot springs in Inazuma either, and that their current facilities were imported and developed by their Treasury Department. The experience is not much different from that of an authentic, natural hot spring. Ah, I've been waiting for the...
Please don't make me think about Novelette and a hot spring.
The scenery here is pleasant, but I've been meaning to ask, does it never... I see. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Worlds such as this are created as a sanctuary from wind and rain. Pay it no heed, it's nothing. Ah, I've been waiting for the... Good night. Forget your troubles and enjoy a good night's rest.
Such a sweet man. And I've now realised I want to make this a Fontaine-themed build. But I'm not going to be able to do that until we start getting some Fontaine gift sets, really, am I? So I want the build to serve a practical purpose as well. So that little visual there's a cooldown on the thingy. Yes, I definitely will want to build this up at some point and make it Fontaine themed. But it's going to be a while yet. I'm going to have to wait. And of course I want Fontaine characters to inhabit it, but so far all we have is Lynette and Neuvillette. Wait, if I don't get Venti, hopefully I will have enough to pick up Farina by the time she comes around.
Melusines
I mean,
are beautiful
not hopefully,
creatures.
I will.
They are the pride
I
of Fontaine.
absolutely will
Be
for
sure to
A.
befriend
I'll
them.
have way more than enough
Cause
for
them
A.
no harm.
but I should be able to get 90 legit by Farina anyway. Like, Nilu is the make or break here, and also, of course, getting a character. If I get an early character here, thing is, if I took out the 50/50s out of the equation, I'd be completely fine. I can get all of the characters I want if 50/50s weren't a thing, but they are. So, I mean, I can get them even with the 50/50s. It's just I would have to drop several hundred quid on the game, and I don't feel like doing that.
Water comes in many flavors to the
Even though I
discerning
can
palate.
totally afford it.
Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure.
I've done the maths on my
while
loan,
water
and
from
I
Liyue
potentially have
has
up
an
to
enduring
£2
aftertaste.
grand to spare.
In
Granted, £2 grand is already
the
been
water
eaten
possesses
into.
a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and
So yeah, I
complex
totally
flavor
can just
profile,
splurge if I wanted to,
must be
but I
savored
don't want to,
patiently to fully appreciate
so I
it.
won't. That being said, I feel like doing something incredibly stupid. Okay, it didn't happen. I was just really hoping for last official constellation. I'm not doing that again. Is that Dragonsbane? Okay. It's not official. Oh fuck! That means the next 4-star would be an on-banner character though. Oh shit.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Now, can you just convert the crystals I have? No? Okay. Okay, let's just... Yep. Please, don't give me an early Hoot How.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp
Can I check my
and
history
pure,
yet?
while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma,
I want to use up that guaranteed 4-star 50/50. And then I'm done.
Water, meanwhile,
Just
has
that.
a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
I'm just going to pick this up now. I'm going to pick this up at some point, so I'll pick it up now. This isn't showing up on stream, is it? Okay, I just paused the broadcast so I can make sure I can buy that without exposing my financial information. Right. Convert. What am I doing? Okay, we won't need any more than 3? God damn you, game. God damn you. I'm not going to risk any further. I'm not going to. That's too much of a risk for me. Again, Dragon's Bane isn't bad, right? Unfortunately, it's only an extra 4% right there, which isn't a lot, but it's something. Would I want Dragon's Bane on any other character? I don't feel like I would ever need more than one copy, more than 2 copies of any one weapon.
Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a
But Dragon's Bane, who's this good for? It's good for Jiangling?
Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and
complex
flavor profile.
Who's this good for?
Must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Polearm characters. Nope. Nope. Also no. Actually, no, not worth it. Nope. 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 Yeah, I think it's only actually good on Hu Tao herself. So yeah, we might as well just go ahead and refine. It's not a big damage bump, but it's there. Also, let's put Hu Tao back in the squad. Alright, thanks for your time, Novelet. Alright, so today we made some questionable decisions. And having 0 wishes right now is going to fill me with anxiety. Even though I know I still have like 30-something pity now.
This realm.
But it is going to fill me with anxiousness just not actually having any wishes technically on me. I'm going to go have lunch at 9 o'clock. I'm not actually hungry, which is weird. I really should be. I should be fucking starving. I've not eaten much at all today. Well, it gives me good peace of mind that I know for a fact I will have Fischl C6 in January. It's possible I'll pick her up before then. She may appear on another banner, because they've been doing that a lot recently. They've been making characters pop up after like not even a full month. Although Fischl was on a banner not that long ago as well.
Toodaloo.
It was a good like 2 or 3 months ago now, I think, but that's not that long in the grand scheme of things. It's possible she'll pop up again before the end of the year. It's possible. Unlikely, but possible. It's also possible that I get her from losing a 50-50.
1 client, 2
But it's
clients,
guaranteed
3
100% by January, as long as I don't make a bad decision and waste star glitter. See, I have that peace of mind, and of course that will be a really good asset. But unfortunately be a slightly less valuable asset, because by that point I will have A. And yeah, C6 Fischl is basically a miniature version of A. Less damage and less ultimate debuffing. Though there is no cooldown on it. Oh yeah, do I want to spend some resin? Hold up. I don't need any more talent books, definitely not. But what else can I do in my resin? Who could do some resin? I can wait for a fucking catch. It doesn't need to get upgraded right now. When? When did I get it? I'm not complaining. But just when? When did I get you? You fucking suck. Why would you ever use this weapon? This is awful. There's no point in this weapon existing. It's only good on DPS characters, first of all. It's only good on DPS characters that like attack as your main stat. That's not common. Most DPS characters are going to want crit rate or crit damage, not attack. It's just kind of a waste. Bizarre weapon. We need more Favonius swords. Oh man, Layla's a sword user. I totally forgot that. Yeah, she needs a HP sword. There aren't any 3-star HP swords. That's mean. I guess you'd want to go for Skyrider sword? Maybe Harbinger of Dawn? Let's actually do that for later. Real quick. Yeah, so today is a significant day. I can't think of anything to spend my resin on at this very moment. We've got a lot of artifacts to grind, even more so now. I don't know who I would use sucrose on, and also obtaining sucrose has once again immediately made Venti a little bit less valuable. A little bit less. Just a little bit less.
Stabilize!
Let me read you a verse. Huh?
Because she's yet another animo character that can suck. And she has damage buffing where Venti doesn't. I am tempted to do some enemy farming for resources, but it's too late, man. I'm definitely going to have to buy this battle pass though to keep up with the XP books. Talent books will also be helpful for Novelet. And for Wishes, and for Fragile Resin, and for Mora. So many resources to sink my teeth into. How am I doing on XP books? 89.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Alright, yeah. That's that.